Well, good evening. Welcome to another hobby hangout with me, the Forge of Mars, aka Lee. Yeah, I hope you're all okay, and I'm looking forward to doing a little bit more work involving my side Titan, which, sorry, get that out of the way. So this little dude, which I picked up from Warhammer World the day it was released, because I was there for the Legio Walks event, and before I actually picked it up, I had about 90% of it already painted, because I had made notice of what the side Titan looked like. So obviously with these particular shoulder pads, weapon loadout and everything. So I got started painting beforehand. So all I needed to add to it was obviously the psychic shield generators, which we got on the top here. Now, it's a bit dark today. Oh, that's better. Oh, there you go. I'm just going to get some more light. He says, as he trashes the place. A bit warmer as well. So yeah, so you can see with the where you've got the slight difference, sorry, to the normal Warlord shield generators, you've got an additional piece which goes in there with all this sort of psychic circuitry. Oh, hello Felix! Dun dun dun! Oh, thank you very much, man. Yeah, no, it says just through observation of how the guys at Forge World had painted theirs, just knocked the weapon off. So, see, quite a nice, nasty looking cannon. He tries to get the focus working. There you go. So, yeah, it was just a little bit of prep. So this was obviously I had to wait for the head section, which took a little bit of work to do because I wanted that sort of brushed bronze look that they've got. And honestly, all day I've been trying to remember what I actually did to get that effect. But I do. Hey, Cyprian. Hello, hello. I did recall using Woodblock bronze to start as a base, and then obviously went over that with my favourite Agrax, and then it was a process of adding various other sort of bronzes and even some golds as well, and then just going over a bit with Agrax, and eventually you just built the layers up a little bit just to give you that sort of, you know, stressed, worn, brushed. Doesn't want to focus on it. There's nothing to focus on. Much like the side Titan, it's hard. Your eyes will just drift off of it. How are we tonight? Yes, I'm okay. I'm still a little bit warm. It's been raining down this way today, so yeah, it's a little bit muggy, I believe we would actually call it. But yeah, but the detail you get with this kit as well. So like all the cabling behind the helmet. So this section as well. So where you would normally have a chest plate, you've actually got this little bit here, which then links into the head. You can't see it, but there you go. Top section. So basically, you are getting a Titan with the beta version of the Warlord. So you get the Las Blasters and Claw and Sun Furies with it. Obviously, I've gone with. You have to go with the Tenebrae, the Darkness Cannon, and I've gone with obviously the las blasters on there, but I have invested some extras, so options. The turbo lasers destructor, because I actually prefer the turbo laser destructors over the las blasters. You might get one shot less, but at range there's no negative modifier. And as delivered today, the Volkite destructor. Now, with that, there's obviously, with the Volkite weapons, there's been a lot of debate recently about which ones are good, which ones are great, and what ones aren't, and why you use Vulcan Mega Bolters with certain other ones. And what I've heard from people like Goonhammer and Maximal Fire, they've been talking about the Volkite destructor on Warlords are actually quite good, because with this, the rules that you get with it, it's a beam weapon, much in the same way as the Tenebrae, which means the beam weapons is obviously they fire in a straight line and they hit something, but you can basically choose what you hit, so you don't have to sort of roll for location. So you literally just go, I'm going to shoot you in the face, and you shoot them in the face with the beam weapon, and then you roll your 3 dice to see if you do the damage and everything like that. Now with the Tenebrae weapon, if for instance I shot a Titan with that and it killed it, the beam continues. So if there was another target behind it, then it will be struck, but with 1 less dice. And if that destroyed that one, the damage, it would go on for a 3rd time, but with only 1 dice. So you lose a dice each turn. So obviously that's only if you destroy something. But yeah, when I first played with this weapon, I didn't realise that. I had no idea what the beam rule meant, and so I'm rolling to hit. It also bypasses shields as well. So it automatically, because I was livid. I was like, that's 780 points. It does bugger all. But yeah, that weapon bypasses shields, and yeah, it's like strength 10 with 3 dice, so you can get some real nasty damage done to whatever Titans it hits, but also bypassing shields. But yeah, so I thought that would be a nice little option to have. I've got my Sun Fury, and I've got my Power Claw, because when you buy the like points wise, when you buy a Psi Titan, it comes with the Claw and the Tenebrae as standard. You have to pay for the roof rack weapons. So yeah, but then obviously if you want to upgrade that to a Sun Fury, that's 45 points. So yeah, you've got options with this. The only, I say not really a downside really, but if you do like a first fire type order, which I think is like the quickening or whatever, that they have one of their psychic powers, you can't use a Tenebrae for first fire. So I thought, well, something like that would be quite handy. Target something, especially if it's a light Titan, you've got more chance, because these are only like strength 6, but you do obviously your additional hits, additional 2 hits when you hit something. So I think you get 3 dice space with the beam on that. So I believe that will also bypass shields, being a beam weapon. Though I'll have to check that, because that might actually have something else on it. But yeah, I just thought I like the look of it, and that'd be quite nasty to have. So I've got myself a few of these to integrate with my other Titans. But yeah, I wanted one for this guy. My friend has posted this Titan in our local group chat just now. What a coincidence. Oh really? Oh, that's cool. No worries. I hope not in a bad way. If you see this Titan, kill it. I guess people like your work. Yeah, it's very, very nice to hear people comment and everything with whenever you do any sort of painting job, it's lovely to get feedback, and to hear these things like, oh, I really like your work and all that sort of thing, because then it sort of, because sometimes we are our own worst critics, aren't we? So you're always a little bit wary, but it's nice to get that sort of like reinforcement that you've done a good job, which I admit I have done a decent enough job with that. Now, what I was posting earlier was obviously with the little revamp I did with this base. So let's see a bit more light so you can actually see on this. So originally, just here was a old epic rhino that I had painted up as Iron Warriors, and there was like a building I had underneath its foot that it was standing on, like a fortified bunker, basically. But after like listening to the audio book by John French, Mortis, which you do see the side titans of the Ordo Sinister in there, I thought, well, after reading or listening to the story, it would be pretty cool if said side titan was stomping on a corrupted titan. And so that's what I did over the last night or two, was to raid my bits box, get some parts, get some chain, and put together this fallen titan, mash it up, convert a few bits and pieces. Like obviously that's one of the Powerfist claws as a sort of horn area. These sort of spiked flanges that he has, they're actually off of Cerastus Lancer, the actual chin guards that you stick on. So I put them in there, turned them around, give them a little bit extra spikiness, and then just stuck loads of chain here and about, hanging across the shoulder pad there, and then where I was thinking about what I was going to just paint everything like rusted, sort of like beaten Titan look, but a few people when I was putting it on Twitter were saying about, oh no, you got to do a Leisure. What Leisure are you doing? And when I thought about it, there was only one Leisure I could do for it, and that was good old Mortis. So it's in Mortis colours with a little bit of, I don't know where I got these horn bits from. They're off of some Chaos kit. I found some bits. I thought, whoa, they're useful. And hey, Rob, welcome. How's your Warlord going? You seem to be going quite well so far in the couple of days you've had it. But yeah, so actually, interestingly, this Las Blaster is not a Reaver Las Blaster. It's actually a Warhound one, and I took off a spare barrel off of one of the other ones, and then just stuck it in there together to give it that free barrel look. So it's still got his weapon arm, it's got his claw, power fist sort of thing, which is obviously been burnt and mauled and decayed, and these little symbols were off of something. I think it was actually off of something from Mortarian's kit. So the free sort of Nurgle sort of symbol. So I thought I just whacked that on there and just putrefied it up a little bit with Nurgle Rot and the contrast Plague Bearer Flesh. So just mixed it all up. So it was like it was leaking this stuff, because I fancied that being sort of quite funky. Like it's like instead of like oil undulant, it was slime. It was coming out, pussy slime that was falling out of it. But yeah, and the same with the back. We just obviously stuck some cabling from Warhounds and Reavers. This again I found, and I thought, oh, that'd be interesting, like a little fleshy, sort of like wormy tendril bit. just coming as part of the actual innards. But yeah, it turned out a lot better than I'd hoped. I repaired where I'd removed, hello helicopter, where I'd removed the rhino, and done some extra stuff filling out just to give some more sort of roughage texture on the base, because it was looking pretty plain. But now with that on there, I almost did put another warhound sort of like part there, but I just thought, no, it's overdoing it. You know, it's taken away from that. If I put another Titan, it would just look a bit silly. But yeah, so that all worked out quite well. And yeah, so I really want to get this guy out in battle at some stage, maybe alongside my Fire Wasps or Solaria, and go up and kill me some Mortis. So what we got here? Almost done with the body. We'll make some pics. We'll take some pics of it standing tomorrow after the JB World is good. Good. Gave some bits to decorate her. Need to do some more green stuff and then build the tower. Are you actually going to replicate what you did with your Solaria? The one, the one with the bit from the sisters, the big eagle wings. Can't decide on what to work on today, to be honest. Well, firstly, do you have any sort of game, Cyprian? Like Cyprian, anything you've got planned that you might need to sort of get working on so you can get it ready for an event or something like that? Because that's a great sort of motivator. When you just go, oh bugger, I've only got a few weeks to go and I've got to do this. But yeah, so I find when doing sort of work towards games or sort of events, that is the greatest motivator with my hobby, really. So let's lay him down there. But I was standing up, so get him out of the way. No games at the moment. Closest thing would be my HH Iron Warriors or perhaps Death Guard. Oh, are you going with a similar pose to that Warlord? Gus? Well, to be fair, Rob, whatever you do is going to look awesome. So, and so you know, I would seriously, I would seriously hope that you was able to get that in time for the walk. But obviously, I know what it's like to build a Warlord and get it painted, and you know, it takes a lot of time. And obviously, with your scheme as well, it puts a lot of effort and work into that. So, that's definitely something that you can crack on with. But I know it would just like to see all your Solaria out together. That's all I want to do because they are ace. Right, painting. So let's get camera angle. Right, so this is all, well, pretty much most of the parts I had left from my Civitas buildings. So I've tried to keep it so I didn't have any doors hanging off at the top there. It sort of worked out that these big sections, I had 3 of them, so just coming out onto the roof. 4 of them I had to take the step off of this one though, because I couldn't sit this actual section into there. But yeah, it was literally just using all the small bits as ergonomically and as best I could with that, and literally just sprayed over it with some Halford's Grey primer, and yeah, it's I was trying to think of like a manufacturing, because I could still stick something on top, like one of those Spire sets or something. But yeah, that's for future. That is for the future. What we got here? So far, not doing too bad. Day 3 and have body 90% done. Yeah. Well, as you see with John in the group, he had just flown through his one, and obviously it's painting is different to yours for definite, because obviously with the Solaria scheme you've got a lot more involved there, haven't you? So, but he's just got that done really quick. That was like a week, pretty much. Hey, David, nice to see you, dude. Has anyone here got any good guides for perhaps Legio Astorum stuff? It's a popular Legio, but I see very few tutorials. Right. Normally, well, sometimes we do have a couple of friends who drop in. John Hext and Sif. He comes on, and they're both Astorum, or have painted a lot of Astorum. Now, I think they copy the technique that was in, because obviously these are for the big guys, and they used a technique that was in the Forge World like masterclass book that came out several years ago, because they're basically painting the Astorum scheme in there, like, so it goes like step-by-step guide and how to do all their sort of things. Yeah, I was trying to think of who else I know who does Astorum. I did try doing Astorum when I was experimenting, and I did almost go that route, because I thought, well, they've got decals, like with the basic stuff, basic decal sheets, so I thought I might have gone with that, but I didn't, because I got sidetracked and distracted by the glory that was Fortidus. So yes, that happened. Alright, so that's that. But yeah, I still can't think of who I know that would have a guide. I used Calidor Sky with mine, and then I went over it with the Drakenhof Nightshade to sort of tone it, to give it a bit more bluey but tone. That didn't look too bad. Unfortunately, I haven't got my little testers with me, otherwise I'd show you. But after, like, you know, giving it a bit of varnish as well, it looked quite nice and shiny. It's just yellows. I'm not that great on the yellow side of things. Although I did try a new technique where my friend Phil, who normally when he does his yellows, he bases it with pink, which I know it sounds weird, but bear with. But it gives a real nice texture and tone once you put the yellow over it. But yeah, that was actually, it gives you a nice look overall, to be fair. Brush, 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 brush. Yeah, I've done some work with yellow in the past. I've done a really good sort of Iandan scheme for a Night Lord, not Night Lord, Wraith Lord. But that took me loads of time to actually get that looking half decent, to be fair. So yeah, I'm sure if something comes to me, I'll mention it. All right, Cyprian, but I don't off the top of my head. So apart from the two people I mentioned, but they don't really do sort of like how-to guides as such, which is a shame because they're both really good painters, and they are sort of, they do normally pop in every now and again as well. So it would have been handy if they were popping in tonight, but we've got us lot here, and I'm sure we will do quite well with that. So apart from that, with all my faffing about, how's things been going with you guys? So we know Rob's hobbying, Cyprian's still figuring out. Felix, what are you doing? And David, are you tightening tonight as well? Oh yeah, David, last time we spoke, I was talking about possibility of getting people to sort of join me here on the Saturday night paint stream, and I spoke to our mutual friend Matt, and he was very helpful. He's looked into things and he's come up with some ideas of what I can actually do to actually invite people onto the stream. So I need to, which I haven't had the opportunity this week, to be fair, but I need to just check and maybe test with one of my friends just to see if I can get them invited in the way that Matt's told me to, and then also how it would come across. It will probably be like via Discord, I think. So if you've got Discord, or in the future when I say, look, I'd like to get a few of you in on a Saturday night, just hobbying, chatting, whatever. Hey Edvin, hello man, how are you? Long time no squeaky. You all good, I hope? Are you hobbying at all tonight, or are you popping in, seeing who's doing what? I'll put Mr. Warlord nearer. So, because they just see me brushing over, Mechanica Standard Grey over a building. And the wonderful sound as you scratching paint on. At least you've got something nice to look at. I've been pulling loads of overtime this week, and everyone's been pinged to ice. 6 times 12-hour days. I'm finished finally. Oh, well, as you say, you're at the end of it at least, mate. So that's something. You can put your feet up for a little bit. Are you going to be hobbying tonight, or are you just going to chill? And Rob, are you on the rum? I want to make sure what you're drinking. Felix, I was out in the field and hoteling it, so no painting, but I did get finished cleaning buildings 7 more times. Nice. You're getting through them really well, mate. Sipping in my very early playing around with yellow. I started with light brown, tan, yellow. Yeah, let's say just lifting up the colours that way is always quite good. I was actually Lloyd Davis, who what's his name? Hobby Painter, I think, on YouTube. Something like that. I was actually watching earlier on today his tutorial painting yellow, and he used Wraithbone as a base, and then went in with like Avaland and went up with like Uriel, or not the Uriel, is it Uriel? Yeah, Uriel yellow, and stuff like that. So there's probably like 100 different ways of going about painting yellow, but what I find for me personally, yeah, I can paint yellow, but I want it to be a specific yellow look, if you know what I mean. So yeah, it's been the right tone shade of yellow. That's why I don't do Imperial Fists. Although my friend Rob, who, not this Rob, but another Rob, he does Imperial Fists, and I really do like the yellow he's gone with his ones. So I need to sort of get his recipe for doing it, because then that would be handy for me to use and abuse. Because as I say, we all use each other's sort of techniques and skills. We all learn from each other, and that's what it's all about, sharing those informations. Just celebrated my son's 9th birthday. Oh, happy birthday to Edvin's son. Been vacationing a bit and working far too much. Hobby's a bit slow right now, I'm afraid. I know and sympathise with the working too much, mate. I've been working at a higher state of awareness in my job for months now. Because where I am, it's like a little two-man store, and we've just been so busy. And this time of year in our trade, like in the flooring trade, this time of year traditionally is the quiet time of year. But we're not. And when you're sort of used to it being quiet and it's not, and you're constantly on your feet, constantly like dealing with customers, and because you still got to sell flooring and get all the fittings out for the fitters and everything. It really does sort of take it out of you, and especially when it's hot as well, that's even worse. But yeah, I think we've all had to sort of evolve somewhat over the last year, haven't we? And having to deal with the different scenarios and situations that we're finding ourselves in. I miss something there. I start my summer job on Monday, museum work for 4 weeks. Ooh. Decent pound on my student stuff. Nice, that is good. And educational. Is it just a general museum, or is it a specific museum that you're working in? Like the Museum of Paperclips. Yeah, something fantastic like that. Helps with the coverage a lot. Just going back through the chat, seeing what I've missed. Got to take that family time, dude. Yeah. I've almost got another Crucius Warlord done painting. Might get another 1 or 2 this weekend before I'm back out in the field for another 2 more weeks. Yeah, that's it, isn't it? We got to we have to make time for the family, but we also have to make time for ourselves. Working all the hours under the sun is one thing, and being busy, yes, it's good, makes the days go quicker, but you got to sort of look after yourself and make sure that you're getting enough sort of rest, recuperation, and sort of just because that's the thing with hobbies, it's there to sort of help you relax and recuperate after a busy week of doing whatever you do. But yeah, I hope that everyone's weeks improve so they're not so busy, but still busy, that not too busy. You like to be busy, but not too busy. I've got holiday in August for my birthday, 42. Ooh. Looking forward to a week of just family time. Yeah, but that's good. As long as they get you an appropriate Titanic related birthday present, everything's good. More focus on geology, which work's given in my area of uni study, specifically paleontology. Awesome, mate. I do love a little bit of dinosaur hunting. Although I do like the sciences and everything like that, and geology, I do like it. I used to love collecting rocks. When I was young, I was fascinated. I even had when I was about 8. I was actually thinking about this the other day. Like when you think back, go, I wonder, if I could do whatever I wanted to do when I was a kid. And I thought, well, what did I want to do when I was a kid? And what I wanted to do, and I went on a deep dive researching this, was to go to Zaire, down in Africa, and go diamond hunting, because they had a lot of diamonds and precious metals and gemstones down there. And I thought, oh wow, I can make my fortune just going down there and digging a hole and finding stuff. And I honestly, I did looked up in books, magazines, and all this sort of stuff about Zaire, and I've done a little scrapbook. So yeah, it was 8-year-old me. Well, actually, it might be 8 or 9. But yeah, I just thought, oh yeah, I'd do that. I'd go down to Africa and find my fortune. Obviously, watching Blood Diamond sort of changed my aspect on that, but that was much, much, much later. where are you going to be working? The Lapworth Museum. It's within Birmingham Uni campus. Lovely little museum if you're in Birmingham. Now, the last time I was in Birmingham was NEC or the other one. I get confused between the two. And that was for, obviously, Games Day. Sort of the last ones they did down there before they changed it and stopped it, then brought it back as Warhammer Fest. But yeah, I did get lost driving through Birmingham as well, which was hardly surprising, because the sat nav wasn't the greatest thing back then, and it's sort of like the delay made me to take a wrong turn. But yeah, I always it's weird. As soon as I got to Birmingham driving up north, although I am from the south, I've always felt more sort of comfortable the further north I went. And that starts as soon as I hit Birmingham. I don't know whether it's like altitude, latitude. You start to sort of feel a little bit more sort of with ease with myself. So that's probably why I enjoy going to Nottingham. I feel my degree in linguistic pow whenever I'm near proper science students. Then again, it's a computational linguistics, so it's at least not 100% softer science. Randrazor, I might bite the bullet this month and buy my first Minis Titanicus starter. Do it! Do it! Grab those Titans. As soon as you build one, that's it. And with the starter sets as well, you've got everything that you need to have a game. Obviously, you get the 2 Warhounds, 2 Reavers, and you can't. Yeah, see, look, Cyprian's on there. You can't go wrong with it. And say, Reavers are great little Titans. Warhounds are really great little Titans as well. And just with that starter set, you've got options. So you've got a couple of mana pools you could field. Obviously, you can supplement them with getting Warbringers, more Warhounds, whatever. But yeah, let's say it's a great little starter set. Very, very, very good value for money, and you get all the rules and tokens that you need. So, as Cyprian has said, and I have also said, do it. Don't be scared. Embrace the horror. Say, I'm so want to be getting a game at some point. I swear I'm getting like the shakes. Like you just, I need to roll dice. I need to get some Titans out on the field and blow stuff up, because that is the whole point of the game, is going out there and just shooting and blowing up. Yeah, it's not that, say, it's weird, because when you're playing like 40k, for example, you don't want to blow up, but you do get this sort of attitude in AT where you just go, yeah, I think I'm running very, very hot here. I don't think I'm going to last very long. I'm going to blow up. And so you try and get as near to the enemy as possible, and you're just seeing their reactions. Oh, hold on a sec, he's coming towards me. Run away from him. But yeah, so it was designed with that in mind. So James Hewitt said. So, going out and blowing up is what the game is about. And I must admit, like, sometimes you do get a little bit sort of like disappointed if you don't go like full meltdown. But magazine explosion's quite good. Wildfire is also quite good, because then it's like, which way does he turn? Who does he shoot at? Because that's the other thing. It's like you could just turn on yourself and shoot at yourself, like your own team, in that respect. So you just sit there and go, oh, great, yeah. Just what I needed was like a volcano cannon to the face right then. I do have a bit of money, and next semester looks to be online again. Yeah, well, at least, I know it's hard when you're sort of like in college, uni, and everything, and school in general. Um, doing that sort of your course online, because although you're at home, it's not the same environment. So I've done like online courses in the past, and I struggled with them. But then, like when you got like not vocation, when you had the opportunity to actually go into a classroom environment, like you'd be like once a month maybe or whatever, you can go in and you've got the rest of your group there. I actually worked a hell of a lot better, because you're in that sort of situation where you're with fellow students. You're all in the same boat, and you just get that sort of that social thing going that we always do as humans. We are very social creatures by our definition generally. But yeah, getting that on, I found I worked better in that respect. So, but working from home does save you money. So that's another good thing. Money which could be invested in Titans. Not that I'm not suggesting you should go put your student money into plastic crack, but there's worse things you could be investing it in. I was talking to friends of mine the other day online, and it was all like saying like, imagine like if you went out for on a Saturday night, going out, meeting up with friends and all that sort of stuff, which is all good and all that, but you wake up next morning and you think, how much money did I spend last night? And all I've got is a hangover. So, whereas you could just buy yourself a model kit. Invest in plastic. And you still have social parts, because obviously then you meet up with friends and that eventually and play games. So, and no hangover. Although there's always the guilt side of things, especially like if you're just like, oh, I've like somebody in the chat who accidentally bought a warlord. He was trying to say that his mouse did it. Good to have a thing to make me busy other than the YouTube and Twitch. Yeah, that is also true. Meet every Thursday night for chats and a game or two was a weekly highlight. Nothing for 18 months. Well, I say, like with my friends, we started at the start of the year doing like a Wednesday night meet up. We hadn't seen each other for ages, and we had like during like Christmas we said like, let's have a little Zoom chat sort of thing, and we did that. And then next minute we should do this again. Maybe we should actually just do like a role play night. And then next minute we're doing Dungeons and Dragons, and we've recently been doing Monster of the Week, which is a pretty cool game. Right, so on Wednesdays, so my Wednesdays are normally quite busy because I do the Artist Empires stream where I sort of join in as he's painting, doing all the hard work. I'm standing, sitting there, drinking, eating, and chatting. Pretty similar to what I'm doing here, just on my own with you guys. But after we do that, because we normally do it for like an hour and a half, so like 8:30, I normally log off and then meet up with the guys. But we've had a friend Ben who runs the games we're playing at the moment. He's had to take some time off because he had like family issues, and then technically it was a family issue, but it was because his mum and stepdad was coming up. to visit him because he lives up in Scotland now. So he had to actually drive down to Essex to pick them up and then drive them back up there and then drive them back down. So they stayed up for a week. So it was like Wednesday to Wednesday, so he couldn't do it then. But we just had not had the chance, what with work and everything, not had the chance to get back gaming as such. My main job has been remote since March 2020. I feel I've seen far more of my apartment than I ever thought possible now. Yeah, my old flatmate, he's been working from home for a couple of years already, so he's just used to it now. But there was no difference for him really, because he's self-employed. The place he works for is actually based out in Ireland, and he does like online troubleshooting stuff anyway, so he doesn't have to be in Ireland, so he just works from home. So he's just used to it. But his fiance was working in like London in HR, so obviously she was going initially, but then again they just transferred it to working at home. So you do get that thing where it is like cabin fever, especially when you're in a flat. It's even smaller, isn't it? So it's just like, and you're in the same area working. So it's got a little bit, I wouldn't say stressful, but it was just like same thing every day. So you need that sort of break, don't you, to sort of like go out, see the world, whenever you can. Obviously not during your work hours, but yeah, hopefully it gets better for everybody. So I'll toast to you all. Plastic crack or real crack. Plastic crack or keep for a lifetime. Real crack is just regrets. There is that, Felix. But to be fair, real crack would probably you'd probably have more money left over. When you start going down the plastic crack, resin crack, mouse hole, rat hole, it gets hard. I found working from home terrible. Did it for 6 weeks on the first lockdown. First time I got to go back into the office. Yeah. And still waiting to get the go ahead for that. And it is an evil mouse. It's a very evil mouse. But I know a very happy Rob at the moment. So evil mouse done good things. I've been so in the field, so to speak, the whole time, never stopped or furloughed, etc. So I can't really say it's made a difference work-wise, but socially my group is suffering. Yeah, say maybe if you do like what we do, where you have the online, gaming, or do you role play? Or makes a huge difference, it really does. Lee, where do you game mostly? At friends or out at a venue? I normally, recently in the last, since the Leisure Walks event, which was at Warhammer World, I've had two games of AT, both of which were in friends' back gardens. So one was with Phil Tozer's back garden, where I almost got like sunstroke, and the other one was my friend Martin Strickfast in his back garden. So yeah, it was. We had a few games down at Wayland, but nothing recently. So hopefully, as things improve, I'll be able to get down to Wayland and take the Titans down there for a run out. Corsair Ben or different? Oh no, yeah, different Ben. Sorry, no, yeah, non AT Ben. I mean, fairly fair. Was it Rob Walters that did the Spear Armed Warlord? It has lights and all sorts. It's hypnotizing me and telling me to buy things. That Warlord Gatling blaster just fell into play. Oh, you're oh. Hey, Mellow Shade. Hello, buddy. Thank you for popping by again. Lovely to see you, dude. What are you hobbying with your nefarious plans with your HH again? Was you doing your word bearers last time? I think, wasn't you? If memory serves. He raises his eyebrow. No, Felix. Rob does the ridiculously super awesome Legio Solaria Titans with the sort of like dynamic poses, or the really great sort of his Warlord had a like the pulpit thing from a Sisters of Battle, you know, the big eagle wings pulpit for the Canoness or whatever it was, stuck on the back. But yeah, he does awesome models. So in big and small varieties as well. He's got all the skills. Late night dinner just came. I'll pop out now. Great seeing you. Well, lovely to have you here, Edwin. I hope you enjoy your dinner. Working on a recon squad and Imelda Braskov. Nice. So I haven't actually. I can't remember seeing your. I've seen them when you was assembling them. I don't think I've seen them painted as of yet. I may have completely forgotten, which I apologise if I have. Actually, did you ever get your Reaver done as well? Because you like asked me like several years ago for any pointers or assistance. I can't remember if you just went off on your own and did it or not. For some reason, I was connecting that epic conversation with you. Kind of matches with your epic works. We need a Lee Marshall Discord. Oh, that's dangerous. And I would neglect it. I would me and like Discord groups and stuff like that. I don't know what. I'll just go hi. The Forge of Mars Discord group. It'll be full of Titans, which is fair, to be fair, because Titans are bloody awesome. All right, I'll just touch a few more bits on this, and what I'm going to actually do, I think I'm in the mood. I'm going to assemble some Warlord weapons, because that's the kind of guy I am. Just checking. See, when I'm doing all this painting malarkey on especially on scenery, because obviously I've primed it already with the grey primer, the legend that is Halford's grey primer. Even if there is sort of patchy bits on buildings, it does not matter at all, because it does add to depth when you're doing other stuff to it. Because I will be just going over this in my agrax in a bit to give it this tone down. But I'm really quite interested in this little puppy. So I don't know you guys. I'll make one for you. Oh, thank you very much, Felix. Titan spam everywhere. Titans and Titans as bases. That's the thing. Hey, hi Adam. Welcome. Good evenings. And Engine Phil is here as well. Oh, we've got so much awesome going on. Are you? I take it you're hobbying tonight, Phil. Adam, are you up to anything? Yeah, so if there is any loud car noises, that's because out the back there's a car park and you're getting all the youngsters with their Subarus coming in. Oh, cheers, dude. Thank you very much. Always appreciated. I say if you want to put your link into the chat, I think obviously you can just copy it on there, or also you just put it into the comments, and then people can come and look at your vids. Apart from that, you're all right, dude. Oh, you shattered. Well, yeah. Phil's not been very well. He's not been a very well puppy this week. Bless him. All right. Just check these parts. Now I know people like to wash their bits beforehand. I just stick them all together. Then I wash them using various sort of like washing up liquids, toothbrushes, and other sort of detergents, and that just get for any sort of release agents off. Have you had any improvement at all, Phil, or you just taking it easy? Well, I'd assume you'd be taking it easy anyway. You say that, Rob. I actually use these for mixing paints on. So, like when I'm doing my sort of like little bits and just watering down, I'll just mix them up on there, and then just use these bits. But I know what you mean, because I did actually have to use these on my last Warhound because I didn't get the little plastic bits they used to give out in the thing. So right, so this is obviously the main section here. So I'm just cleaning up the flash. So that's there. Get that out. Works too, yeah. Yeah, no longer ache everywhere. Well, that's good. I was I did ask if Matt Wingrove wanted to come on and just hang out with us guys whilst he's taking care of Lauren with COVID. He's had a rough old time of it, bless him. Not too bad on this one. Yeah, I do like some of these newer ones. They really haven't been that bad at all with the sculpts and everything. So it's a nice, clean look to this one. Wow, that's a chunky piece of. I assume a generator type bit. On there. Yes. They do say, obviously, when you're using a hobby knife to go away from yourself, you may notice there has been several occasions when I haven't been, because I'm one of those overconfident fools that believes I am invincible to blades. But even with my level of confidence, I still have the odd accident. I've run out. I'm using them to make shapes more effect. Do you cut, Rob? Do you cut them into strips so you can just like little spatulas and just like push like the water compound around? Because that's what that was the first thing I thought of when you just mentioned that. I thought, I wonder if he does that. Ah, no. Or is it? No, oh yeah, because those pads go. All right. Yeah, so that's right. Okay. So I like to make sure I know where I'm going with these things. Are Volkite weapons good in game? Apparently, these ones for the Warlord, he says, aren't too bad. So there you go. You get that inside here. So Volkite Destructor. So 16, 24. Nothing to worry about with the accuracy. That's good. 3 dice, forward arc, strength 6, beam 1, draining, void breaker 2. So obviously you've got to roll your dice for it, but beam is good. I think, or saying earlier on, I think the beam is the same as the beam in the Warlord. Sorry, the Sinister Tenebrae weapon, where it bypasses shields, but I'll have to read up on that. But Void Breaker, so the maximum hits. So if you hit 3 times, because with Beam you can just pick a target. You don't have to, like there's no like plus or minus. You just go, I'm shooting you in the face, and you hit the face. But that strength 6, is not bad, especially if you're hitting a damaged area already. So you can get at least three hits if you get good, dice on it, I imagine, or whatever. Well, no, you already automatically hit. It's auto hit. So you roll your 3 dice to see for damage, and if you do, then you get another 2. So you get a maximum of 5, basically. 40 points, but it's decent enough, and I just fancied the look of it. So I got myself a couple, and I've actually going to get some more. I'm going to actually do a swap. I'm swapping a tank, because there's certain stuff that I've got which I haven't played with in years, and I'm likely to play again anytime soon. So I'm thinking of like sort of selling some of my bits and pieces, some of my armies or whatever, downsizing, because they're just sitting there, and I'd rather somebody be playing with them. But one of my friends is a huge tank head, and I would say Arcurian pattern shadow sword that I had, because shadow swords were my favourite super heavy tanks back in the day, and so I got one, and I've only played a few like apocalypse games with it, and one heresy game with it, and I just thought, well, I'll get more use out of AT stuff. So I'm swapping a load, that for a load of Warlord weapon systems, so I can kit out my Warlords for my Legios. Let's catch up with what's going on. Sorry. He has symptoms. Yeah, he's feeling as rough as anything, but he keeps on testing negative on the lateral flow tests. Apparently Volkites are a bit rubbish, which is annoying, as I printed out some. Yeah, the Maximal Fire guys were talking about them, and they say like the Warhound one, you might as well take a Vulcan Mega Bolter, because of the amount of hits you get. The Reaver one, yeah, it's 360, but still not fantastic because you're only getting the extra like one hit or whatever. But the Warlord one, they say, is of a decent strength, and with beam that you can pick a target and hit. So if you've already damaged something and you're hitting with a strength 6 plus plus 3, the strength 9, that's going to hurt. I was isolating last week due to my wife catching COVID. I didn't know I had it until I lost my sense of smell and taste. She was very unwell and in bed for 5 days. Yeah, that's the thing. It's like I've a few friends who are suffering with it at the moment. I've had my second jab and all fine. Had a blood test and nearly collapsed. saying that, Adam, I got out of shower the other day, and I saw something on my leg. I thought, what's that? I thought, is it a scab, or is it sort of like one of those like a blood spot, like a black man pinch? And I sort of thought, well, I'll just see what it is. I honestly thought it was some sort of spot on my leg. So I just thought, right, give it a squeeze, and like, so yeah, I thought, oh yeah, it looks a bit spot-like, and then suddenly this blood come out, and oh my god, it was just like, what have I done? Have I just stabbed myself or something? Because I was gushing out of it. So it was like one of those, I don't know what it was. So I just basically hopped back into the shower and just put the shower back on and just cleaning the wound again. I was like, Jesus Christ. And it was a good bleeder for a good like couple of minutes actually. I thought, oh, this could be serious. But normally, like, I can be as tough as they are. You know, I can get like, you know, real bad injuries or all that sort of stuff. But when somebody's like doing like what you view having a blood test or something like that, I always remember I'd cracked my head open when I came off the BMX once. I was putting some stunts and all that, and came off, the bike landed on top of me, cracked my head, and I've walked home sort of like quarter of a mile covered in mud and stuff, and you know, and as my mum sort of like cleaning up herself, and I just see the blood, and I just went pale as anything, just passed out. You just think you've just walked all that way, dragging your bike, aching, in pain, and you just see a little bit of blood as you're being treated, and you just go, oh. Do you think you'll go to Salute in November, or will you skip it? I'm hopefully going to go to Salute. That's my plan, because I do enjoy going to Salute, as well you know, because I always come to see you, don't I? Every year I'm down there. I always come down, look for you, wherever you may be hiding. I'm assuming you'd be in sort of the Wild West Exodus side of things. So if that does go ahead and you do go and you are down there, I will always hunt you out, mate. Because I haven't seen you since last Salute. So apart from like a few conversations and comments and stuff online, I haven't actually seen you since Salute in 2019. So I've got to get my Lee fix. Take care, mate. One of my colleagues had it bad at the moment. Yeah, we will say everyone always take care in a situation, and you know, obviously, you know, anyone who has family who is under the weather and during COVID, I hope that they have a swift recovery from it, and that they can get back to normal as soon as possible. I avoid knives. I use precision filing. I do actually have a large selection of files, but I don't know where they are. They're out there somewhere. It's the appropriate application of force and pressure. So just getting that down. With blister packs, I cut out thin strips, then super glue them to the base, and then cover them in UV resin and set it. See, another hobby tip. I've got to shake a knife at you. Another fine hobby tip there from Rob, and he knows his water. That's some awesome water. I have hay fever for the first time since my second jab. I thought I was just tired from looking after everyone and hay fever. Turns out I had COVID the same time as my wife. Jesus. I need first edition Epic and first edition Adeptus Titanicus. Well, we can have this Titanicus, and maybe they'll make, you know, the game is doing well. There's a good sort of community. There's a good sort of solid base of hobbyists You know, and I know I've slowed down on the purchases because I was single-handedly keeping Forge World afloat, um, but others have picked up that mantle and are running with it. But yeah, as I say, it would be cool, especially like we've got Aeronautica Imperialis, so you've got flyers taken care of. So would be cool. Do some, imagine sort of like 80 scowl tanks and troops and all that. That would be amazing. Hopefully, you know, because as I say, Forge World, Games Workshop, you may have noticed, big company. If things are doing well, next evolution would be to bring back, you know, Battlefleet Gothic, bring back Epic. It's a no-brainer, you know, if they want to be selling stuff, and that's the way of. I was just going to copy the Aya Horus podcast. I've been listening to it recently, amongst other quality podcasts. But the way they say corporate dirtbags, or in the Australian accents. That's very bad. I do apologise to any Australians. You didn't need that. Corporate dirtbags. I didn't even see the blood. I was looking away and just boom, pressure dropped and to the floor. Yeah, that's how you just sneaks it. You just go cold and poof. Engine Phil just finished Caesar Tower, Ignatum novel. Oh, you finished Mortis, which was mostly Ignatum. Did you enjoy it, Phil? That's the important thing. Never been to a single salute. Oh, dude, it is mental. Like the amount of people, like hobbyists down there, and you know, I will be honest, there are a few people down there, especially if it's hot. You know, the old personal hygiene thing. But by and large, like seeing all the different sort of games companies down there, being able to buy sort of, you know, new stuff that's released is always fun. But also, you know, you get to meet some of the people behind the scenes as well. So sometimes they have, well, I was trying to think. I think back in 2019, on the Forge World stand, you had John Bracken. I don't know if you remember from Warhammer TV. John Bracken used to be on there as a sort of a regular sort of co-host, along with Rob or Wade, sort of thing, or Nick Baton. So he was down there actually working the floor of the Forge World stall. So, you know, it was like talking to people, having a chat and stuff, whilst also guiding them into the queue to buy all the new stuff. And I think, what did they release that year? Can't remember. I know the year before it was the Thousand Suns Castellax that it released, because I was only there for an hour or so, because I couldn't get the time off, annoyingly. So on Wayland Store side, keeping tabs on the cash. The plan is to go. If I'm not on the stand, I'll be talking to the other company people who have not seen lockdown started either. Yeah, that's fair. That's the whole thing. It's like meet and greet, isn't it? Networking. Hobby tip: those blades can be sharpened to extend their life. Thank you very much, Adam. See, keep hold of your blades. Haley, I'm helping at that one too. What, you're at Salute, or did I just get my conversations crossed? I have second, third, fourth edition AT and Epic. I just don't have the first editions. My friend actually had a dot matrix printout of the original playtest rules, because he used to work for Games Workshop back in the sort of 80s, and he actually did have the playtest rules for AT. Now, he can't. Well, he needs to go in his loft basically to try and find them. But he, if he found them, I also know that because some of his other stuff he had, I actually put him in contact with Andy Hoare, because with Games Workshop company as a whole, for their like museum and bits and pieces. So he was in contact with him, like, because he had some bits and pieces that you know, it was like gamers notes and stuff like that. So he was talking to them about sort of maybe like a donation or something, or you know, maybe a trade. But unfortunately, the stuff that he had wasn't really anything that, you know, it wasn't like let's just say like a first edition rule book or whatever. Because I know, like, Tony Cottrell in his office, he has like lots of bits and pieces, memorabilia of the old days. Now that you've ruined that Aussie accents, where's your impersonation of a Canadian? So the thing with that, like with accents, I can pick up on accents. I'm not too bad on the accent side of things. So if somebody came up to me and they had a particularly strong regional accent or anything, after a while of talking with them, I tend to start mimicking. Not intentional, I just do it. So a bit like a vocal chameleon, which can get a little bit troublesome, especially like when I was with someone I worked with, and we was based after a hard night's work where we was working, waiting for a bus, and you're talking like normally, and because it was just me and him, he starts looking at me going, you taking the piss? I'm like, what do you mean? He said, you're taking the piss out of my accent. I went, oh God, no, because like this guy, his name's Scott, who was Scottish, and you know, obviously I'm standing there. I've known him for years, but when you're talking to him, and like I'm talking back to him, and I'm picking up his accent and just talking to him, not realizing, and he's just like, and Scott wasn't small. He was like ex-bouncer, and it's like looking at me, going, "Are you taking the piss?" I'm like, no, as like this like 16-year-old skinny thing, looking, no, definitely not taking the piss out of you. It's just a thing I do. So yeah, you can get into trouble. But Canadian, oh yeah, no, I would probably go into doing like Terence and Phillip, to be honest with you, mate. If I was trying to do it off the spur of the moment, it's not one that I experiment with. It was a Games Expo. Yeah, friends who are working up there, but I haven't had a chance to go online to actually see what's actually happened. So I don't know if anything's fantastic that's happened. So no, didn't enjoy this one. You did enjoy Mortis? Well, because Metallica aren't on it. Is that why? Did you know that this edition of Adeptus Titanicus is actually the 4th edition? I didn't know it was the 4th edition. So because I just refer to it as like Adeptus Titanicus, and then obviously Codex Titanicus, which is a slight variation because that obviously they brought in vehicles, and then you also had like Titan Legions, which was sort of changed again. But I'd never considered them as like editions. So because this is like going full circle, I just consider this as the 2nd edition, if that's what you meant, or if there was obviously any other ones in between. I probably just glazed over them, to be honest with you. Now, keep helping forge world and DJ will keep afloat. Well, yes, it's a worthy endeavour. You know, we got to keep ourselves in our plastic crack addiction. Can he scan it and provide a PDF? I now love to read it. All right. Well, yeah, no, he's got to find it first. That's the thing. But as I say, Nigel, he's not one of these guys that would just make up crap like that. And where he sort of mentioned it, like obviously Andy sort of looked into it because that was something they was like interested in, for sure. But it was like it was given out because he worked at Games Workshop Nottingham back in the 80s, and obviously they were given these to sort of play test, like in the shop. But yeah, if he has it, then it's either going to go to them or I'm going to steal it. And if I get it, then I might share it. I don't know, but yeah. We are going to have to talk on Discord sometime, mate. That could be amusing. No, because I was expecting a book about Mortis, and there was too many jumps in the story. Maybe COVID fucked my brain. Going to listen to it when I'm well. Well, you'll enjoy Takamoran, the main Ignatum dude, because in the audio, he's got an Irish dialect, which I actually applaud, because it's nice to hear some regional dialects other than just like, oh, hello, I'm a Titan princess. So it's good to get some, like, you know, it's nice to know that regional accents survive into the 30,000 millennia, or 30th millennia. Especially games released second edition to hold the 18 name, make this the third bearing the name, but the fourth edition. Yeah, no, I enjoy reading all the old stuff as well. I managed to get some PDFs of like the old like Codex Titanicus. I had it. I've lost so much stuff over the course of my life where I've moved or have given stuff away. I don't throw books away. I basically, when I went through my evolution of not doing Games Workshop, I basically gave all my stuff to friends. They're like, oh, I'm not doing it. Here you go, bang. But yeah, some of that old stuff you can get from like resource site. I think there's one guy you can actually just view old white dwarfs online, and stuff like that, which is pretty cool. Especially reviewing, because I actually got it, but you know, reviewing sort of like number 120 and enjoying what was therein. That's weird. But I know what you mean, Phil, with, yeah, it should be called Mortis, but I think that was more the case to symbolise that Mortis were attacking. But as you know, with the situation with Mortis, you can't. I don't know if you could really have a POV character, Princeps type thing. So it's just the big announcement of Mortis walking. Scribed had a lot of old books and magazines. I've read the original AT rule books on there. Yep. I have some of the especially came 40k PDFs on an old hard drive. That's the thing, is you find these things, just keep hold of them, because you'll always use them for like just for reference, really. But say like some of those old magazines were great, just to like the little, when you read through them again, and it just brings back those memories when you remember it the first time round. It's such a cool little sort of memory lane boost as such. So now we'll go into VAR. interesting. So it goes into that. I see. So it allows you for both sides. Might need a little bit of extra trim on that. Oh, nice and snug. Fits in nicely. Who's read the old novel Adeptus Titanicus? I have to admit, I haven't read the old one. I've read Titanicus, but not Adeptus Titanicus. I would have preferred a book about their fall from grace and losing their humanity rather than just the Phantom Menace. We kind of saw that in False Gods, when obviously the Legio changed and decided to go traitor with Daizare. So obviously they made a decision there, and then obviously you had the little bits in Mechanicum with the twisty moustache dudes, but obviously later on all they're going to do is turn into goo and brainless constructs as part of the Titan. So their fall from grace happened earlier on, so they would have been rehashing it. But yeah, Mortis might have been a bit of a wrong name, but it was to symbolise the fact that Mortis turned up and was getting involved with the whole war situation. I like the old scenery scratch building guides, like the Joden anti-grav tank, which was, I think that was in my one 120. I can say my one, it was my first White Dwarf, but I remember that tank. That's the bit you wanted to turn into goo. Honestly, you must be ill. But that's the thing, though. Like with how Mortis are now, they are gooey titans. It's much like in Titan Death when you see the Legio Volpa guy, sort of thing. That's pretty much what's going to happen to traitors when they decide to go the way they go. They're going to turn to goo. Goo, 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 goo. Tidy this up. How anyone that is a fan of Titans enjoying a book that's beyond the poor Solaria. Don't know why you're saying poor Solaria. Should be, poor other Titan Legios that were there. That's what happens with it. Yes. So that's the thing. It's just seeing. I will speak to you about the book, dude. But there was one thing, like, I'm just wondering if you're speaking about something what most people aren't thinking of. So, but yes. Taking a break. And I don't blame you. As I say, at the moment, I'm just checking on this bit. So I think that's actually. Where's that bit? Hmm. So these are actually flash. I just sort of check because, unfortunately, because they don't give you sort of an overhead view. Couldn't quite tell these are actually flash. The more I look at it, you can see that there's actually, they're like little end bits there. I couldn't quite tell, but got there in the end. Hey, G Steeler, welcome. Nice to see you. You're a bit earlier than normal as well, I think. How you been, buddy? And what are you doing tonight? Actually, Phil, text me what you mean by your Solaria thing. Because I'm really, I can't wait to talk to you. And I don't want to spoil it on people on the chat. For those that haven't read it. There was once part of there when I was reading it about Solaria had a Titan called Artemisia, and I went woohoo because my my first warlord Titan I built for Solaria I named Artemisia, and Artemisia in Mortis is a warhound. So I was like, oh, never mind. That's that. Eating dinner at the moment. We've finished my AT Warhouse and started the Warbringer. Cool. The Warbringer, initially when I first started building my first Warbringer, I thought, bloody hell, these I'm used to building things quickly, but totally worth it. Let's just build. I will just apologise to Rob on WhatsApp. I only say that because I don't think we've read the same book. So, weapons. This is going to be interesting. So, tidy these up a little bit. There's a lot more involved in this than I was expecting, to be fair. You know, but it does look quite tasty. That's even though you don't get any sort of building instructions with this, it is pretty, well, I would say idiot proof. Get in there. Get in the hole. Quite a big old gun. So you've got shoulders, gun shields. Yeah, so it's just going into there. It's quite a straightforward, straightforward kit, but it is what it is. So it's a nice sized weapon as well. So nice and chunky. comparison to other weapons, which will only get chunkier once you add the gun shields on. Yes. What an arse. So it'd be a nice little weapon option to have. And so I've got a few of these for some of my Titans. I'm giving my Krytos will have a few more Quake cannons added to their armory, because I just think that they'll be awesome with some of them. He says, oh. No, you don't play ball. Staying out. Get in there. Right, there you go. I'm just going to put the ridge down. I'm going to chill out a bit. So I'll grab myself another drink. So yeah, so that's one Volkite Destructor with all its glory. That is a nice, that is a lovely size weapon. And you say, you know, if you're playing in a game with this, obviously using sort of certain stratagems on there, such as like, you know, the like experimental weapon one or whatever, so it increases like the strength by 2 to it. So strength 8 Volkite beam is going to be quite nasty. Or even if you're using them in an Externagus maniple, where you can boost your reactor to give them +2 strength. So again, and that's like every turn, every round sort of thing. So as long as you maintain your reactor well, you're going to be fine. It's when you don't maintain your reactor, that's when problems happen. Obviously with this guy, he's not going to have that. So if I do use him, I could use the stratagem, as I said, for the experimental weapon thing to boost the strength of that. Because a strength 8 Volkite beam weapon would be very nice. So yeah, you've got plans for that puppy. Let's see how this actually goes on. Because I'm always a little bit hit and miss with these things. That's quite a snug fit actually. Because sometimes they don't seem to sort of take that well. Let's check how that's gone on there. I did bring my magnets out as well, so I could see how this is actually magnetized. In position. So where did I put the magnets? Magnets are there. course they are. So make sure you do apologise to him properly, Rob. Rob, apologise to Rob, Phil. Let's swirl that around a little bit. So that's in there. That's the thing with full-bird ones, they're a bit prouder, like height-wise. So I tend to sort of sand them down a little bit so they can actually sit in better. That way, that's madness, but all right, geezer. This looks like a sexy tune. Yes, that's the plan, my friend. How are you, Tom? You all good? Yeah, that's nice. That's a nice snap. See, and I haven't managed to actually glue that in place. Ha ha! So at least I can get into see what positions I can get with it, then go from there. It's a bit more tidy up. Scratchiness on that. You tell me, you hobbying tonight, mate? Or are you just popping in to say hi? Yes, you've noticed, haven't you? Dual beam badassery. Because that's why I got them. Well, obviously to supplement my other Titans, but just thought, you know, two beams are better than one. I'll hold that in position. He says. There you go. Let's get down there. So let's just let that sort itself out first. So there you go, Tom. So one beam straight to the face. Oh, obviously the Sun Fury. Strength 11. You gotta love strength 11. You gotta love strength 10. You gotta love strength 12 or strength 13. Order some super glue from Amazon, the same day delivery, and my delivery is running late. Always the way, dude. Always the way. To be honest, right? With these, when I ordered these on Thursday, I got notification yesterday that they'd been dispatched. I thought, ooh, thought it'd be a Saturday, and they give you the tracking number So I tried tracking it, but it only updates you once it's been delivered. Oh, all right, okay. So when I was at work, I tried it. No, no. When I got home tonight, I tried it. Nope, nothing. And then I went downstairs and checked in. We've got this like little sort of box out the front of the house, sort of thing that we where we stick like rubbish bags for rubbish day. Looked in there. There's a parcel sitting at the bottom there. And I thought, right, okay, so you delivered it, but you haven't actually notified anyone. Thanks for that, guys. But yeah, so got my little Volkite destructors. They are really nice. I really do like these. You know, as I say, I was expecting them maybe like 3 parts. Really simple, but that is a nice weapon. So that's almost 2 Seraphim Sepias. Well, actually, no, there will be 2 contrasts. That was a contrast tank. Where you go? There you go. So yeah, 2 contrast paints high. That's some impressive firepower. When they sent my Warlord, I was able to see the tracking, but it was vague. Yeah. Here, the tracking gets updated as delivered, usually 2 to 4 days before the package actually gets delivered. Newly measurement system. I've actually had Forge World stuff turn up and then had the notification of dispatch come through, email come through. So it's just like, wow, that's service. But yeah, that's a nice gun. Oh, as he just, right. Super glue. Hopefully now it will stick, because I hadn't put enough super glue onto the connecting part to actually glue it into the actual shoulder mount. Oh, the red right hand. And that's the thing with the side tines, their movement is obviously, if you use their sort of psychic powers, because they don't have orders as such, they have the psychic powers instead. So quickening, which allows you to move and shoot like a first fire, but with also a movement ability on there. That's where that gets scary, because obviously you're moving in your strategy sort of command phase, but you get to move again or something. I can't quite remember. Sorry, a bit vague at this time of night. Just test fitted the armour on the legs. I keep being amazed at how massive it is. I know. You say when you see that together as well, you're just going to stand back and just like, oh my god, I have created a monster here, because it is, you know, it's 2 foot of awesome. And they say it's crazy that where the amount of Titans you've built so far, but it still hasn't no comparison to a Warlord, and that's the thing about Warlords. Yeah, it was you never forget your first Warlord. So my first Warlord was an Ignatum Warlord, which is called Veritas Vincit, which is my actually my family motto, which is Truth Conquers. So seemed appropriate for a Ignatum engine. Just imagine if 9 when, or just imagine if and when. I'm assuming you mean. Is that right? They do the War Master. You know, that's the thing. Everyone's like, "Oh, we can do an Imperator. You can do an Imperator." Like doing an Imperator in AT. Now that would be amazing because it'll be so big. Because there's no real sort of set scale thing. You know, they said like certain Imperators were like 43 meters to 55 meters in their sort of statistic height things. So these are 33 meters Warlords. So, you know, based on the smaller measurement, which was based on Dai's Ire, who was an Imperator but didn't have all the castle battlements on originally. But obviously in the artwork, they now have all these castle bits and pieces. I remember in one of the seminars where Tony Cottrell was saying, like, in AT, an Imperator would be, you know, the size of a 40k Reaver. So it's like 1.5 feet. And you go, what? That's massive. But then we look at the artwork that like Neil Roberts has done, sort of thing, where you have the Imperator there and you have some Warlords around there. You think, well, it's only like twice the size. But yeah, no, having a an AT scale Imperator would be pretty amazing. And it would totally be like a feature model. It'd be humongous to field as well. You might actually, like, you know, twice the height, so you're looking sort of like a foot tall. So that's basically the size of a Warhound. That's if it's going for a small level. Whether or not they can supplement it with the castle battlements or whatever. But obviously there's so many people that have done their own conversions with Imperators, like converting over the Dominus Knights, and then, you know, putting some Civitas buildings on top. They do look awesome, you know. And some people are trying to get me to build one for my 100th Titan, but until there's an official model, I'm not gonna touch them. I want it official, proper Imperator, and I'll probably just get the one. Hey, Greg, Fazarg. Haven't been brave enough to build my first War Master yet. Still sat in a box. Well, that's fair. I'm going to say it is something that does take a lot more time than anything else that you've built so far, young Padawan. Its level of satisfaction upon completion is more than the Warlord was. So that feeling you got, obviously, because the Warlord is iconic anyway, so it holds a great sort of deal of sort of like awesomeness. But the War Master does dial it up to 11. It is, yeah, it's going to be the biggest kit. It is the biggest kit, but it's going to take the longest to build. But it is totally worth it, mate. So even if you broke it down over like a matter of a week or so, whenever you've got the spare time to actually get cracking on it, just remember to read the instructions. With my first one, because obviously they have the little nubs, so it's a set stance. If you've got one, just go with a set stance. It still looks good. If you had two, then I would say second one, experiment, because as you know, the first model I make of a class, I always build it to the standard building instructions, so I get a feel for it, and then subsequent Titans I will vary and mix it up. But yes. I knew it would be big, but I had no idea it would be this impressive. I haven't bring it up. Highly recommend building it. It's a really nice model to make and very good instructions. It is, and even though it's like 276 parts, there's a lot there, and it is. You've got all the head options to start with, which is, you know, you don't get all the head options generally, apart from Now, warlords, you got the different heads, and you got the variations in the other bits. But Reavers, you don't get multiple head options, like complete multiple head options. That would have been cool for that kit. If you like, with the Mars Beta, as I call it, the one with the melter cannon and volcano cannon, where you got the different face parts, having the ability to have all three would have been cool, because then I would have done a lot more dead Reavers on bases like that dude. But I was going through my bits and I found I had some of the standard heads, so they're precious. So I used this because that looks a proper Nurgly type head, and then stuck the old claw on top. Sort of oozing goo out everywhere. But you know, having Warhounds on bases is one thing. Having a Reaver is even more impressive. If you had the ability to do a Warlord on the base, although it would take up most of the base, that would even be more impressive, especially if you've got a Warhound on top of it. But yes. My first War Master is on the docket for next week. Excellent. He was wrong, to be fair, more like a Porphyrion. Yeah. So I've just seen your... Oh, that's nice, Tom. Sorry, Tom sent me a picture of his War Master, and that is looking very, very sweet. And I'm a big fan of purple. I'm loving that. And that the sunset on the pads. That's sweet, mate. That is very nice. Good work. Good work. Greg, she's going to be Solaria. But I'm terrified to get it started. Greg, embrace the horror. Become one with the machine. You can do it. I have faith in you. You built several Titans in less than a week, and you painted them as well. You know, you have got the skills. You've got the touch. You've got the power. Yeah, do it. Go for it. There's nothing to be scared of, man. As I said, if you just follow the instructions, it's going to look awesome. You know, do it. Embrace it. Go for it. As I said, it will take you time. I think for me, it took me, my Solaria from start to finish was about 15 hours. But you know what I'm like with painting and stuff. That was the easy part. Building it I'd done two streams. My first couple of live streams, actually. First one where I was on for literally 5 hours. I only got most of it built, and then the second one, which was my second one, where I got to where I finished off the first time, and then I spent the rest of the time, which was again about 4.5 hours of building. But I was doing a lot of talking, as I often do. That was in that same sort of time frame. So obviously, if I wasn't talking, I would be quicker. But it is so worth building. It is fantastic, and once you've got it next to your big guys, against your like Volcanum or your Solaria Titans, sorry, against your Solaria Titan, sorry, you know, it, dude. And so once you get painting it as well, it's going to be looking exquisite. Yeah. Thanks, brother. My workflow is horrific, but the love is real. You're doing a really great job with that, mate. So very impressive. And keep it up. Obviously, just hobby when you can. You say we all need that little sort of moment to just unwind, and hobby's there for us. Fear is the mind killer, Phil. For those that wasn't chatting or wasn't around for the midweek paint over with Artist Empire, how good was that trailer for June? I've seen it so many times, and I've watched so many reaction videos to the video. I am seriously, I honestly cannot wait, and I would really love to go and see it in an IMAX cinema, um, because it's been made for IMAX. Even though it wasn't filmed on IMAX cameras, it's been upgraded and digital apt to be able to be shown on IMAX properly. Because, say, when you've got Denis Villeneuve with his sort of directorship and visual creations, his cinematography is off the hook. But then you've got Hans Zimmer as well, going as far to create a new instrument in order to get the right tune sounds that he wanted for it, because he's a fan of Dune as well. When you've got passionate people creating something for their love, that, like, something as awesome as Dune, that it's just like it just all comes together. There's a pure Hannibal moment. Time to get the cigars out. I think mine is in the three figures now. I've gone a bit mental on the chassis. we'll do a Forge of Mars get together, going to an IMAX. Obviously socially distanced. But yeah, no, totally looking forward to it. October 22nd. Absolutely blown away by it. And I know, like, when I was speaking to Artist Empire the other day, like, he was very like, oh, I'm not sure. But after he saw that, he said, I feel so much more confident in it now. But yeah, it's looking good. Right, let's see how that is going to look. Sorry. Let's take that off because I'm worried about dropping that. So I do like the sort of languid sort of look where it's like nonchalantly just walking along. Hey guys, how are you? I've got some beam weapons. I got some beam action for you. I do like it sort of just like you have one, because obviously the direction he's looking. I do like to have one weapon facing said direction, but the second weapon, because I personally feel like having two weapons facing, it doesn't look right. It's not it doesn't have the aesthetic flow that I like with my Titans. I like to have, say, at least one weapon point. Obviously, you've got the shoulder mounts anyway. They've got to face forward, but the second one, yeah, no, I quite like it. I'd say so. I can position it to the side like that, or like that. So it's just like, it's at ease, but it could be raised and fired in an instant. So yeah, I'm actually quite liking the languid, as I said, point down. You can just imagine it's just fired and it's just letting off the heat as it's striding across the Mercury exultant kill zone. But yeah, no, I'm liking that a lot. That is a very nice. It's a really nice weapon. Let's be honest. Look at that awesome that is. Yeah, no, I like that. And as I say, if you're using it in a game, strength 6, 3 shots, and auto targeting, or auto hitting where you want to hit. So if you imagine if you've already disabled like a weapon, for example, strength 6 from the side, strength 7. So on most weapons, so it'd be a 4, so 50-50 chance of getting a damage hit sort of thing. But you're rolling 6, 3 dice. If you get a hit sort of thing, like something that damages it, you'll get another 2 on there anyways. But But yeah, you critical weapon or whatever, or if it's already damaged, then you're going to be hitting. You know, although that's saying that's quite high, isn't it? So maybe not. Just targeting the body, sorry, or weak points where you're going to get the bonuses when you hit them with the big guns. Because as I say, that's a good finisher. That'll do well. You know, just getting dice rolls against shields as well. With no minus to hit at sort of 24 range. So it's a good medium range weapon, because these guys you do want to get closer to the enemy. But obviously coupled with that, that's quite handy. And as I said, there are stratagems which would allow you to increase the strength of the Volkite to strength 8. So that's even better. Strength 8 beam weapon. So yeah, that is good. Alright. I'll stick some paint. Well, say wash. Hey, what are you doing tonight anyway, Greg? Are you hobbying at the moment, or are you just doing some reading? You enjoying some TV, or just watching the chat? What are you up to? Where's my other brush? I've got to keep that. I keep putting that down somewhere, and I'm going to lose it. I know I am. Wash. Grax, it's your friend, it's your best friend. Whereas people are like, no, but I like Grax. For that authentic, greasy, dirty taste. Spread it about. I'm actually trying to write a review, just flicked on YouTube, saw his stream was up, and I thought I'd pop in. Well, thank you very much, dude. It's always nice to have you around. I know we got to chat on the odd occasion when you're doing some painting and stuff, and it was nice of you to check up on me the other day. It was much appreciated, dude. So thank you. I hope everything is doing okay down your way. And yes, I will be dry brushing over this anyway. So, but actually, the tiles I'll be painting a different colour. So, although I've washing this, I will be sort of, when I do the details, I'll actually go over those again with Agrax, either like a watered down version, just to tie it together. That's what all these shades do. You build something, get some paint on it, you add your shade. Right, I'm going to move him out the way because I don't want lots of specks splashing over him. We're playing it safe here, people. Yeah, exactly, Rob. Just seen that. Yeah. Exterminus is the obvious home for Volkite, but the Sire cannot partake in such rudeness, unfortunately. Yeah, I know. But as I say, there is that stratagem for the experimental weapon. So you get to nominate one of your weapons for a higher strength, or +2 strength. So that would be the obvious. Although, you know, having a strength 10, strength 12 Tenebrae would be quite nasty, but then it's nasty as it is anyway. So yeah, I would actually, yeah, I'll just keep that as 10. But that's my sort of look at it anyway. But no, you're right about the Exterminus, Tom. That is, you know, having Volkite in Exterminus, although it is draining, because that's the thing. That's why I'd like to do an Exterminus with my Krytos and have them with Quake cannons, because then at least, you know, you're not doing heat because of the Quake. Obviously, you're getting a heat from the Exterminus special trait, but then you've got strength 11 Quake cannons, which are fun. I'm trying to focus on one painting project at a time at the moment. My desk is so poor with Stormcaster Eternal for AOS 3. Well, good luck with that project, dude. I'm sure you'll do a great job and do them justice. Yeah, Rob, have you got Krytos? Or did I dream that? Not saying I'm dreaming about you, mate, but I'm sure. I don't know. I might have just saw something in the Titan Owners Club group. I don't know. I get so many Titan related sort of chat messages and stuff, so it's a bit daunting at times, and you never quite remember what you've seen and where you've seen it. See, I knew you had them. I just knew it. I wasn't dreaming. Oh, I might have been dreaming, but yeah, that's cool. That's 2 Legios we have. But then again, I do obviously, as you know, I have a lot of Legios, so it's not hard for getting people to have 2 of the same. Well, Greg's got 2 as well. He's got Volcanum and Solaria. Volcanum and Solaria, sorry. G Stealer, he's Solaria. What's your traitor one, G Stealer? Yeah, Phil has those dreams as well. They are good dreams. The greatest dreams involved greatest of Titans. True, I was only doing the 1 Legio before I started tempting me with easy paint schemes. Now I have 3 accounting on the go. Actually, yeah, because you did a Storeroom, didn't you, first? We actually had somebody asking in the chat earlier on. I think it was it Cyprin? Was asking about Storeroom schemes. I mentioned Engine Phil with his crazy way of painting pink as a base for his yellow, but he looks pretty good when he does that. but yeah, it's really oh, beeping. Yeah, so we had a little bit of a discussion about methods for painting yellow earlier on. It's not like last week where was it last? I don't know if it was like no, I think it was the week before when we had a discussion came up where we was talking about if we could cross like universes sort of thing and had like Star Wars mixed with 40k. What who would be better to be an engine seer in the back of a Titan, an Ugnaught or a Jawa or an Ewok? And yeah, that's the sort of thing that happens on occasions when you're just doing your own thing. These random thoughts, these questions sometimes need to be answered. Get that excess off. Just Solari, okay. Exterminator's not bad. On a war, bring a Quake 2. Third Warlord will be next after War Master. It's the thing with my Kratos, I've already got 4 Warlords because I thought that you could swap out and get 5 Warlords, but then again they can only do the swap out thing with Axiom Maniples. So if that gets changed, that'd be much welcome. Thank you very much, Specialist Games. Being the ability just to swap out a Titan for another Warlord would be very nice. Store them first. They'll have stripped and reprimed a Storm Warlord to serve Solaria. Wise move. Have managed to resist trying out your Audit scheme, but so far I doubt it's eventually crumble. Well, it's ordered of Warhounds, dude, and they do look really, really nice. And it's like my other schemes, really easy to do. You can't go wrong. I'm mopping the floor. And so with this, I'll be painting over. I normally go with Stegodon over like the plate sort of thing, but as I say, I'll just do the colour because it's there. Why not? I'm going to go to one side to dry. Whoa, right, what's going on? Weirdest thing just now. Dropped a bit at my desk and was searching for it. Could not find it. Went downstairs for a drink, and it's in the hallway. Dude, Omnissiah's in your house. The Omnissiah moves in mysterious ways. It was probably stuck to you, mate. Right, night, hey Phil, night, mate. I say give us a call. I'll give you a call tomorrow or something. Just check in with you, dude, or just text. Yeah, whatever. But you keep yourself safe, dude. All right. All right. Yeah, I'll say there's a few people, a few friends of mine who are all suffering at the moment. Bless them. Just get through it as best you can. So, like, I know it's not great. Some people have had marginal sort of effects, but others, and some people, like my friend Lauren, who is quite a fit person anyway, and she's actually been floored by it. And her other half, Matt, is like looking after her, trying to, like, because he's feeling as rough as a dog as well, but he keeps on testing negative. And yeah, it's just hard times. But I say we can just try and keep ourselves safe, keep our family safe, and keep going as best we can. And hopefully, we'll get through this eventually and roll some dice against each other in the hallowed halls of Warhammer World or anywhere else of similar stature. I was going to say something now. Things have completely just gone out of my brain. Alright, so that was one Volkite. Let's do a turbo laser. Because why not? And as always, if you don't mind doing a little like on the old thing, that's always appreciated. Thank you. Artist Empire was saying to me, "Oh, you got to say these things, but I don't like saying it." But apparently, I know I've been guilty of it when I've watched stuff and I haven't liked it. So hopefully, if you do like it, please like it. Gosh. Ooh. I hate it when those bits break off. I get really paranoid that I've lost something. To be honest, I thought with the Volkite that I'd actually lost something, even before I opened the box. It just didn't look like there was enough stuff in there. I thought, oh no, they're missing bits or something. But I was wrong. Get these off. Yeah, I will say I was with turbo lasers. I do just prefer them to las blasters purely because, like, first turn is always going to be at range, and with las blasters, anything over, I think 16 inches is at -1. So having something that's not going to be affected at range, and you're still getting 4 shots, is quite handy, to say the least. And be able to shoot those dudes, and you obviously got the shield bane as well with them. Which again is handy, situational, but making your opponent have to roll a +1 at cost of the reactor. Sometimes it is the difference. Though sometimes, in most occasions, my opponents are jammy sods and they roll like a 5. So apart from that flash in the middle, it's actually really, really good. Really good. Yeah. Most impressive. So let's flip that over. Save that for later for stuff. Yeah, say I do like las blasters because you've got 6 shots, but as I said, that first turn, you know, when you get round to combat, unless your enemy has been very proactive and got sneaky up close, you're going to be at -1, so you sort of 4+ to hit. And if they're doing anything else, like, you know, they're doing like smoke or anything like that, then it's even harder. It's like 6+ to hit. At least with turbo lasers, you got 5 to hit if they put down like the old smoke launchers or whatever. Can't remember the stratagem now. But yeah, I like hitting things, so I don't like not being able to hit. It sort of really messes with my mojo. I really like my plasma Gatling warlords, so the plasma blasters aren't bad since they're for closing in mid-range anyway. True. I'm utterly underwhelmed with all the laser variants. Love the look of them, but they don't seem to perform for the points. Would you agree? I think turbo lasers now, in particular, I don't mind. Yes, they're lesser strength, but you know, apart from the Sun Fury, called shots makes a huge difference. And like I've like in the last Titan walk that we went to in 2019, a called shot on a couple of occasions with a turbo laser killed a Titan. You know, when you need, you know, that one hit, anything, you know, just to send them over, you know, a cool shot. Whereas if you're going around with volcano cannons, strength 12, but you can't call shots. The maximal fire on a Sun Fury, fantastic. But if you haven't got a warlord, you can't do it. So next best things. These are your snipers. These are what you want to do that. You know, it is you know 4 shots compared to 6 on a warlord. Fair enough, but on a warhound you've got 2. And if you think about it, like turbo laser on a Reaver. Now I like using the Venator Light mana pool, and with my Reaver I will go with a turbo laser on the roof, because that free shot, once the shields are popped, you get a free shot. So fair enough, you can just shoot it into whatever at range, at 32-inch range. Closer, then you probably use your arm weapons, but I have the option to do a cool shot. If I wanted to target the body, yes, it's going to be hitting on a 5, but if I get a bit of damage on it, that starts to track, and then obviously I'll continue, because it obviously with the Venator, the Reaver interrupts the action. As soon as the shields drop, you shoot your Reaver, and then you continue with your Warhound. So if they're in a squadron, so if you had a squadron of like 2 Warhounds, you open up with the Vulcan Mega Bolter, shields go down on a Titan, this fire straight away. You can either just see where it goes, transit to the gods, dice gods, see where you hit, but then that Warhound gets to use its other weapons. against wherever you've shot. So you've already weakened it, sort of thing. Or you might have disabled a weapon, which is handy for when it's retaliatory time. But yeah, turbo lasers, I do have a healthy sort of admiration for them, because they are finishers. So especially like if you've been trying to beat down something big and nasty, and you just need a cool shot, that's got decent strength. But obviously, if you've outmaneuvered an enemy, like especially like with a Reaver turbo laser, you could be like on other side of the board almost, and you could be in a different arc. 32-inch range turbo laser shot, no negative modifiers into the side or rear armor or something. It's really going to hurt. And as long as you hit, fingers crossed. But that's what it comes down to with anything that you shoot. You've got to hit. But you hit, you've got a better chance of wounding and getting that all-important kill shot. So, yeah. They're not as great as plasmas, but then unless you're going to be continually doing like shield bane, it's not going to affect your reactor that much. Because how often, normally I wouldn't use that on a shield bane at all. I purely use that for picking out weak points. So, yeah, underwhelming because it's only strength 8, but it does what you want it to do, and hopefully exactly when you need it to. So, yes, healthy respect for the turbos and les blasters, because who doesn't like lighting up an enemy with 6 shots? Or 3 if it's arm mounted. Although I do like, I really want to do a Warbringer with 2 les blasters just for fun. Just going along. Hey, 6 laser shots. Pew, pew, pew. But you got with the Warbringer with the Quake cannon, you're at -1 at close range with the Quake. But then you've got your las blasters for the close range work, and again 6 shots, quite handy, especially if you're doing cool shots. But I do understand the loss of accuracy. I think Warlord, Carapace, either Apox or Gatlings are the way to go with the best bang for your buck. Yeah. Hello, Mousebait. Hiya! Welcome. And Andrew. Hi there, dude. Lovely to see you again. I like a sniper hound, as they get squadron bonus for strength 9. Usually in the side, they can run. Yeah, exactly. I initially, before I started magnetizing warhounds, I would always do 2 warhounds for a team, like building, and I would have both would have Vulcans, and then one would have a plasma and one would have a turbo laser. So you go in, strip the shields with the plasma one first, and once the shields are down, you hit with the plasma. Obviously, it depends where it lands, but then obviously, hopefully, plasma maximal fire, 2 hits, or 4 hits. What is it? Yeah, is it? No, yeah, it's just 4 hits if you get them all on target to one location that isn't a weapon. Hopefully, that's going to give you some nice minor pluses to your damage for your sniper hound to go in and cool shot and hopefully slot it one. Gosh. Good motto, Kenneth. I'm going for Venator Light and Maniple for my traitors and Myrmidon Battle Line for my loyalists. Almost got all of them done, except the basing and weathering. Those checkers you were doing were really good, Mousebait. Yeah, that's why I bought decals, because no way would I be able to do what you did with yours, but you got them looking really good. Well done. I want to stick Volcrates on my Warhounds, but I can't remember if I actually magnetised my first 2 now. yeah, as I said, all my Solaria are glued in place. So that's 6 Warhounds. Same with my Kryos, I think. I don't think I've got them magnetised. I think they just, again, mixed them up. My Ignatum, 2 were fixed because they're based on my 40k ones. But the other 2 that I've done later were magnetised. So I've got some weapon swaps for them. And so with the Volkites on Warhounds, there's obviously a lot of debate whether or not they're worth the points. For balance, I think a lot of people are saying like the Vulcan Mega Bolter is the ultimate in shield stripping technology, but it's too cheap. You know, it's like, was it 10 points for it? So, you know, it's like an auto include, which, you know, if it does a job you want it to do, that's what you want it to do at the end of the day. Talking about Volkites, for those who have just joined us. So this is what I was doing before painting the building there. Was building the wall, the Volkite Destructor. So obviously that's having included in position, but I just wanted to see how it would set on this, and I'm feeling the sort of relaxed, you know, because this one's facing forward anyway. So that one I'll just have down, because it does obviously don't have to have it pointing the same way, because obviously you don't measure it from the tip of the gun. But I just thought that was quite a cool, and it's massive. It's an impressive, as Rob will attest, the new form of measurement is the comparing it is to 2 contrast paint pots higher. So he's a beast. I got a few of these because obviously got a lot of Titans. But I wanted one for this dude because I like the idea of it having 2 beam weapons, because, you know, it's like, boo! It just reminds me of the Shadows and the Vorlons from Babylon 5. You know, those beam weapons are just like really, really awesome. Actually, you can stand there, you can oversee what's going on here. But yeah, so at the moment, we're now, whilst that's drying, I'm going to build some las blasters. And that's turbolators, sorry. Catch up with what's going on. I'll be magnetising my Warhounds, 3 for my Metallica and 3 for Kratos. Cool, Andrew. Plasma is definitely what I'm thinking. Yeah, I've been up against a double plasma, or a hot dog, as I like to call them, and I got shot point blank range by a hot dog, and he hurt himself as much as he hurt me. But it's just the heat, you know. You get some bad rolls in that maximal, and you're in serious trouble. You know, hot dogs, not great. You know, I like to manage and survive if I can from a battle. Thanks. I'm very burned out on them at the moment. I can't do decals, to be honest. Not for that checkers. That's the thing. Like, some people handle decals. Some people like, you know, it goes back to, for me, to marine shoulder pads. Some people love the sort of sculpted shoulder pads that like you used to get from Forge World or Games Workshop. Other people prefer decals, and you have that train of thought. Some will go with, some will go without. But I like decals. I like shoulder pads as well, so like embossed pads as well. So it doesn't really matter to me. But I'll say I've one a couple of my friends who've done Lamenters back in the day, and it was seeing them just like, oh, all these checkers. It was a bit much, and I just don't have the patience. You may have guessed that, because how fast I go about things generally. interesting. Just got a Vulcan Mega Bolts. Yeah. If you're not magnetising, as I said, per 2 Warhounds, as I did initially, Vulcan Mega Bolts on both. One with a plasma, one with turbo laser, because then, as we were saying, sniping has its place in this game, because you can't snipe with template weapons. So, as powerful as they are, if you want to sort of get rid of something, the cooled shot has its place. And also, you know, if you've got something that's badly damaged and you're coming in from the side or the rear with a Vulcan Mega Bolter, yeah, that's nasty. Especially if you're rolling out 6s as well, because you was it 4 minimum coming in from you know, a heavily damaged track, so you get 7, and then if you're coming from the rear, you're doing strength 9, 6 strength 9 shots with rapid. So if you open up with those 6s, you know, that's a lot going into like a badly damaged location, and that is a beautiful thing as well. So I think you just like sitting there just going, brrr, and then you just pop a Warlord. Gosh, just saying. Yeah, I was taking out Titans through badly damaged Titan track with APOC launchers. You know, just targeting one location, 10 shots in from a Warlord into that damaged location with an APOC launcher. Because you're doing, obviously, I think I was doing minimum of 7. So all I needed was 5s. And, you know, you got, like, you're hitting, then you've got to see if you get the wounds. And if you get the wounds, that thing's going to go bye-bye. I can't wait to get myself some Volkite Destructors. Well, I've got a few of them. So I was telling people earlier on, I've actually I'm doing some swapsies with a friend. I'm swapping a Arcurian pattern Shadow Sword with a friend who's a massive tank head. Like, he's got lots of tanks. Like, he's got full tank battalion almost. You know, he's a lot, and he's doing all the squadrons and everything proper. So I'm swapping that for a selection of Warlord weaponry, so some Volkites, Gatlins, Quake, and some more turbo lasers. So yeah, it's a fair trade. It's a fair trade. Because I love the tank so much. It's my favourite type of tank, the old Alcurian Shadow Sword, just for the look of it. And I've had it since it was released, and I'm just not getting to play it. And I need to downsize some of my armies. So, you know, yes, I could integrate it into one of my other armies or whatever, but I'm not getting to play that much. So it seems silly having all these, you know, kits and stuff, and I'm not using them. So I'm probably going to start selling off a few bits and pieces here and there, dropping down my armies, just to make it a bit more manageable, if you know what I mean. It's nothing worse than just having like all this stuff that you've built and painted, and you get a great joy from doing it, but it's just sitting there. So the Side Titan is basically a warlord with a different head. Yes. The main things you get in the kit. So when you buy it from Boardwalk, so you've got the head, chest sort of connector there, the Tenebrae, whatever name, I can never remember the second part. That, and the top section here. So they're the only sort of additional parts. So that's why it's like the kit's only like, well, I don't know what it'd be in US dollars. It was about £90, I think, because you're basically just paying an extra like 20 odd quid for the resin parts, which isn't bad really. But yeah, so it just looks really, really nice. And it is, once you learn how to actually use it, it is a devastating weapon of destruction. It costs a lot of points, but this can heal itself. It can use its repair rolls. I think it will actually, I don't know if it's straightforward repair. It might actually be, I think one of its powers it has, it can actually repair structure. So you can normally repair criticals in your repair roll, but you can repair structure in this using its powers. So it's got psychic attacks as well. It's a negative modifier to people enemies' command rolls within certain distance, but you know, instead of command orders, it doesn't have orders, but it has its powers. So I think it's only got 4 powers at the moment, but like you can do like a boosted move thingy and fire a first fire as one thing, the quickening. But yeah, it's very, very formidable weapon system, and I want to have options for it. Yes. So how does Volkite do in AT? I tend to always prefer it over plasma because overheating, but I've not used it in AT, so I don't know. But I haven't used it in AT either. As I said, the bonus you get with this is, so handy rules. So this, you get this in the pack. So this is a little bit that comes in there. So obviously you can just print them out or cut them out and laminate them or whatever. So short range 16, long range 24. No modifiers either way. Strength 6, so obviously shield stripping, because with Void Breaker, although it's a beam weapon, beam is an auto hit basically, because it's technically like an inch wide beam, I think, or a centimetre beam, I can't remember, but it automatically hits, and you can automatically hit whatever location you're aiming at. So that's very effective. So like cooled shots without the cooled shot negative modifiers. It's draining though, so you will have to roll your reactor dice on it. But you've got a minimum of 5 hits, because obviously the Void Breaker is that if you get 1 successful hit, you get another 2, but you only get that as overall, not per dice, basically. Because it would be nice if it was that, but it's not. So yeah, strength 6, as I say, if you're shooting a damaged location, when you're adding up all the bonuses, you know, so a badly damaged location, strength 9, auto targeting that location, so you're not going to miss. It's quite handy, and doing, you know, strength 9, 3 strength 9 hits, roll to damage, and away you go. Yeah, decals and the other ways of doing stuff depends on what you're comfortable with. I mean, I used to do a lot of decals as well, but irregular surfaces I prefer taping. It's fair. As I say, like I've only really, by using Microset and Microsol. Before then, I wouldn't really touch decals because it came out really bad. But that stuff is just lightning in a bottle. It really helps with conforming, especially on like irregular surfaces, as you say. You know, Microset and Microsol just melts them onto the actual surfaces. So well worth it, in my opinion. Me taking notes. Sixes, sorry, yeah, that's not me. Well, yeah, there's 6 damage. It's good. It's a good, all rounder. You can damage most things on a 4 plus. Yeah, like lighter titans in particular. But obviously, once you're hitting damaged areas and you're auto hitting damaged areas, then that's where it's going to, come into its own. Really, I love the tomb. We all love the tomb, and it is very cool. Hipster category, the AT, but is very chummy. Yeah. Best weapon for warlords is the missiles. Kill too many tenants with focus apox. Exactly. Once you start getting those damage tracks going, cold shots with apox come into their own because everyone just thinks, oh, it's apox launcher, But if you're giving away, a damage track, and you're already at the end of the damage track, so it's +3, strength 7, it's not to be sniffed at because obviously you're getting 10 shots in at you. That's a lot of possibilities to do lots of damage. Gonna finish painting the rest of what I built, and then I'll probably put my Warbringer together. Cool, you'll look forward to that. I want to see that once you're on there. I have Twin Volkite from Battle Bling for my Warmaster. Idiot question, or idiot new question. Yeah, shut up, you're not an idiot or a noob. Do you not wash off? Do you not wash your Ford Wheel stuff before sticking it? I don't. I normally glue it together, then I wash it because I will use so you like detergents and stuff on there to get rid of the greasy residue. Give it a scrub with a toothbrush, and then once it's all dry, go over it with my old friend Halfords. And I haven't had any issues with chipping or anything so far. So that's just me. I've just been lucky, I guess. But yeah, no, I don't. No, I don't. Sorry. I have twin order tonks. Wash freshen before. Yeah, I would say before I paint it, I just said I'm sort of washing it, but I don't do it beforehand because I've lost bits doing that because I'm a little bit clumsy. But if it all stuck together, very rarely do I lose bits. Don't leave it in an ISO second for days, though, like I did. Side Titan. Yeah, so you can only get those bits from obviously the Forge World. They're out of stock, as with most things, unfortunately, because I know obviously with the resin in all industries has been hard because of obviously COVID and stuff, producing of those raw materials. I don't know what it's like over in the States, but over here there's always, like, with painters and decorators and builders and all that over here have been having a hard time getting what they need to get jobs done because there's just so much backlog of production, unfortunately. Can't wait to see the Possessed Titans. Yeah, there'll be obviously Corrupted Titans. They've mentioned it too much now in the books, so we know it's coming. But yeah, it'll be interesting how they do that, and if they're going to do any like kits or anything for doing like Corrupted Titans. Interesting times, people. The Side Titan looks a lot more interesting now after seeing yours. Thank you. Yeah, once I knew it was coming out, because years ago, back in the old Horus Heresy Weekender days, when they brought out, is it Inferno? The one where they have about 1,000 something like, and they had the Side Titan mentioned in there. In the seminar, I asked a question about the Side Titan and stuff, and Alan Bly and John French were the ones hosting it, sort of thing. and they went on for about 15 minutes talking about the Psi Titan and all the bits and pieces, how it's powered and all that sort of stuff. And like when they like finished, and like they said, oh yeah, thanks for that question. So like everyone was just been sitting there, just taking it all in, just going, wow, the Psi Titan sounds freaking awesome. The weapons. See these little things here, these little bits here and here. They contain psychers. This thing has psychers as ammunition, and basically they're the ones that give it its power. So you can lose that weapon, psychic feedback and stuff like that. But yeah, it's just the whole background for it was just like, wow, that is such a badass sort of thing. But also when you there was a short story about the Ordo Sinister, where one of the warlords was like in the webway walking around doing shenanigans. So it's just a unique thing where you've got a pariah princeps piloting this thing, and it's powered by psychers. So that whole confliction, and if you get round to reading Mortis or listening to Mortis, these are in it, and what they do in it, you just go, oh my god. And I have actually asked certain people in Forge World, say like, this thing that happens in here, if you weren't aware, this happens. Will that happen in the game? And they went, oh, I don't know. I've not actually heard about that. We don't know. Maybe a stratagem or something like that. So it would be interesting to see actually, if they do take stuff from what's been written in the book, if they do include it into AT, because some stuff happens in Mortis, you just go, oh my god, that's just crazy. Yes. Always worth checking over Forge World parts for shiny areas. Scrub those more and sand them. Man knows what he's talking about. And pre-varnishing, yes. Yeah, no, I only heard about that recently, about doing pre-varnish, which I have been doing because it helps. Getting that all-important spray paint to actually stick to the surface as well. Transport is an issue in the States. Wood prices are still quite high, and a lot of things needed for repairs. A whole lack of stock as well. Yeah. True, I found the ultimate sanction for shiny sift cleaner and a toothbrush. The abrasive really keys up without leaving scratch marks. Now that I haven't done, so I can see how that does actually do the job. Ooh, Jelly. You got to go to the Weekender plus talking to Alan Bly, etc. Yeah, he was a really, really nice guy, and obviously he knew everything that was going on with the heresy. He was the heresy, so that's why it was such a huge loss when he sadly died. But yeah, no, I was lucky to sort of speak to him several times at events, and even from the first seminars at GameStay when they first released sort of Angron and stuff. I managed to get into one of the seminars, and I was actually speaking to him about the Raptors from the Badab, because I was like, well, are you going to still do any more stuff with Badab? Initially, yes, but obviously then the heresy happened and things went out of control with the heresy train. But yeah, no, it was always a really nice chap to speak to, very considerate, and always listened and had a good conversation. I think my favourite conversation I actually had with him was at a Forge World Open Day when they'd released at the weekend. They'd released Retribution, the Ultramarines book, and I got to speak to him about that, and he asked me, so what did you think about the story and all that, the background for him? And I just went off for about 5 minutes or so, just talking about how I found that the background really gave a proper understanding of how the Legion, the Ultramarines, were who they were, and it answered so many questions that I had when reading it about them. It really just set them up, because they said the Ultramarines and the Heresy was totally different to like the 40k ones. The whole Cato Sicarius thing was he was annoying. He's a bit of a knob as a character, but that's the thing with those sort of characters. You get dicks, but yeah, no. Let's say he was a great guy, and as I say, sadly missed by a lot of people. But such is life. So I'm just trying not to slice my fingers off. And I was going to say, I think from Lutin's videos is full of cyclers. Yeah, they are chopped to the brim. So, and they're not just like cheap throwaway cyclers. They are sort of like alpha grade cyclers. So like cyclers that could have been sort of astropaths and stuff like that. The good shit. But yeah, they ended up in a Warlord Titan weapon mount. Yeah, and the Empire are the good guys. Yes, but that's the thing. It's like when you have like conversations with your friends who like passionate chaos and all that. They're going, oh yeah, we freedom from tyranny and stuff like that. And you're going, but you're selling yourself to another form of tyranny. Or is it that you just like having horns and tendrils and pustules appear in yourself? Because I really do not see the appeal of chaos. Oh, the Emperor, he's a tyrant. Yeah, because he's a tyrant. But I say it's like the lesser of two evils. At the end of the day, it's a fictional universe, and it's a game. But yeah, no, I'm not into that. that whole like, yeah. Oh yeah, I've got two faces on my forehead, and tentacles everywhere. It's not my idea of fun. Yeah, and Terry Pratchett, yeah. The Black Books are really cool. And that's how I really fell in love with Lunar Wars and the Loken. Yeah, say that's the thing about the Forge World Black Books. There's just so much sort of story in there that you can get lost in them with your favourite legions. And everyone, that's the thing. As soon as they turned out, it's not just the rules that you got in them for like certain models, because everyone like flicked through that, but everyone wanted to read the stories that are in there. But yeah, it was great stuff. Top grade psychedelic ones. Hey, Cyprin, back and do some stuff. That's fair. Slanesh could have some fun. Yeah, well, Slanesh always have fun. I still find that hilarious. The whole thing like about the Siege of Terra. The traitor legions get to Terra, and for the most part, the Emperor's children were just running around, just collecting up people to do stuff. You know, very Slaneshi sort of things. You know, harvest them for the, what is it? I think it was in the Mirror Cracked, or no, it could have been Path of Heaven. There's one of the two. There was a no, it was Mirror Cracked. I think it was Eidolon. Eidolon was talking to another Legion dude. Well, it might actually have been Angel Exterminatus. I'm not sure, but it had Emperor's Children in it. But it was in like Lathanish, the theatre that's on the Androgynous, or whatever Fulcrum's ship was, and Eidolon's drinking wine that has been made from the tears of human suffering. So it's just like, that's got to be a lot of people suffering somewhere to get that many tears to make wine. And it's like, oh, it's got an eloquent bouquet, and it's all the water is from human tears. Yeah, because that's the kind of thing the Emperor's Children do. They make wine out of suffering and ecstasy, I suppose. Bit of both. I see Chaos as interesting because the reaction to the Emperor's lies to his son's humanity, but also more sympathetic to Magnus' Thousand Sons because wasn't quite so much that they were heretical. Yeah, well, that's the thing. They weren't, but Magnus kind of, well, inadvertently sold them out when he made the deal with the mysterious Chaos dude to stop them from the flesh change. Greg, what was the novella Graham done? What is it? Oh, Fury, was it Fury of Magnus? Is that the novella for the Siege of Terror that Graham did? If you read that, oh my god, the end of that with Magnus. Oh dear, yeah. Oh, how things could have been. No spoilers here, but oh my god. But like a third path I saw at first, at least. Just been saying to Phil, all the heresy books are really interesting to see all the details of the legions and the way they operated and how they got turned. Yeah, well, that's the whole thing. It's like, when the heresy starts, we all know how it ends. We know it. You know, it started on Davin, technically, like the heresy did sort of start on Davin, and then we all know it ends up in the throne room. Well, it ends on the ventral spirit when it actually ends, technically. But it's the getting there and the choices that were made that, you know, instead of, they should have turned left instead of turning right. But you've also got the, you know, the amount of times I was like either reading or listening to an audio of that, like heresy, and you have a character who gets that moment of choice. Like, I think the first one would have been Little Horus during the when Horus was actually felled by the anathema on Davin, and you're just sitting there going, "Oh, Little Horus, you got the deciding vote." Yeah. And you're going, "No, don't do it! For the love of Spike, don't do it!" And decisions are made. And there's been loads of times throughout the heresy where you get to those points and you go, "Why would you do that?" Well, because we kind of have to in the story to progress it. But you just go, "No." Yeah, it's such a fascinating setting. I wish I had more than one black book. there's a lot to explore in Magnus, but also Kur's power and their issues. Talk about daddy issues. See, with Kur's, I he was one of the Primarchs. Yes, he's got all this bad rep and all that sort of stuff, but from the earlier books, you just look at him and go, "You're crap. You're not because of his like problems with his legion. He was the only Primarch that actually hated his legion, but it was. Oh, hello, cat. Meow. Oh, gotta let a cat in. Coming in or what? Coming in? You gonna come in? There you go. But yeah, he was just like every time he appeared in the earlier parts of the heresy, he just wasn't really like you think, well, you ain't that great, are you? Really, you're a bit poo. I don't think it was until he got to Macragge in like Unremembered Empire and that he actually really sort of came into being. What? Yeah, I can hear you. I'm talking. I talk to my cats. But yeah, it was until that moment, and he sort of changed. Maybe it's down to the writing of him. Obviously, it must have been because I didn't think much of him beforehand. But he did change it. I think there was one story I've mentioned it before, Pharos, and when Pharos came out for me, because it came out just before Christmas, whenever, and I thought it was the book of the year because I absolutely loved that book. And just for one chapter, when you had Sanguinius chatting to Kurz on Macragge, and just that chapter alone was just like the two similar sort of Primarchs because of their foresight, their ability to see the future. But how each one was different by how they embraced their curse/gifts. Because obviously, Kurz has embraced his destiny, his fate, and that's how he sees it. Whereas Sanguinius is still fighting against it and using that foresight as a weapon. That's why you get a lot of like him saying in the Siege series, "Not today." It says it a bit too much, in my opinion, but he's just happy to be there, really. But it was just interesting to see these two similar Primarchs with their gifts, where if Kurz hadn't sort of reacted the way he did to these visions he had, and basically instead of like accepting them, if he sort of went against them, and I suppose in some respects he did try to warn people before, which kicked off with Dawn coming in and having a go at him, and then Kurz almost killing Dawn. And then obviously that just put his back up, I think. But yeah, it's he's an interesting one. But I like in the later books he gets so much more, as you would hope, a lot more sort of badass, as we all like. Sorry. Yeah, Fury Magnus. Yes, thank you. Thank you. I need to reread the beginning of Siege of Terror. I stopped in the middle and now I'm mixed up. Yeah, well, it's not going to hurt. So, as a standalone series, it is really good so far. Plus Alpha Legion. Right, Rob, all right, and Mouse, but if you haven't listened or read Alfarius, do it. Now, I will say at the start, because Alfarius is the narrator of said book about himself, and he does quite clearly say you can't trust what he says. But the stuff that he does say, you can actually see it having a ring of truth to it, because again, most convincing lies have a ring of truth to it. And there was like, like when you've read stuff in the past or you've heard stuff through the grapevine, through everything. There was things in there that were mentioned, and I thought, oh, yes, that could have actually, from what I've heard in this rumour mongering or whatever, that could have actually been. Yes. Yes. No. You're okay. Sorry. Um, yeah, but it's actually a really good audio book to listen to, or a good book to read, because it is fascinating trying to see something about the Alpha Legion and what the hell they mean. But it explains a hell of a lot, and it made a lot of sense because it ties up a lot of bits. And it was Mike Brooks who wrote that, and it was a really, really good read. Was it? I think he done. Was it Brutal and Cunning, the Orc book, which has been quite well received as well. So yeah, definitely check that one out, because as the Primarch books, I haven't done many of them. My friend Matt Wingrove recommended this, and it was really, really, really good. Especially after the first sort of like 10 minutes, you are going, shit. Yes. Alpha Legion are just really confusing. Yeah, sorry. I love working out different theories as to what the Alpha Legion are really up to. Yes, if it is lies, it's a beautiful lie. If it isn't a lie, it explains so much about stuff about them. Plus, my friend Grayed Out plays them. I've always fancied doing Alpha Legion, but again, too many armies. The Petrarca wasn't exactly a big fan of him either. Not as bad as Kurz. Yeah, well, Peter Turbo. I think he did get a rough end of the stick, but again, when you listen to things like Malchador the Sigilite or the First Lord of Terror, there's a short 20-minute long audio, and the stuff he says in that, it does explain, or it does sort of like indicate certain things about what was happening, what was going to happen, and stuff. I'm deliberately being vague. I'm sorry. I don't want to give spoilers out or anything like that, but yeah, that was one interesting little side story, because it has nothing to do with the heresy. It's in the during the heresy, but it doesn't impact anything within the story. It's just a pure little piece to sort of show what was going on in this particular situation, and Malchador being honest and open with somebody. So yeah, that was interesting viewing indeed. Kurz is actually one of my favourites next to Angron. Kurz as a model, I really enjoyed, because I actually painted that for my friend Nikki. I was actually, to be honest, right, before The Lion came out, I actually I was thinking about The Lion, because like when they've done with Fulgrim and Ferris, you had the extra bit you can put both their bases into in a duel. You had that with Layman Russ and Magnus. It would have been perfect to do the same thing with the Lion and Kurz. Kurz up high, standing on his rock, and then you have the Lion sort of relentlessly marching towards him with the lion's sword drawn, ready to twat him again, as he twatted him verily many a time, because that was the thing that he did. Crazy cat lady, Cat Lee, yeah. And yet they both out essentially in the same place. Yes, typically no one believed him, and he had the Emperor's own powers to see in the future. But at the same time, he didn't realise possibly he could change the future. Yeah, that's the thing. Untrustworthy narrator taken to the extreme in how far is. Pet Kitty vote me. She's buggered off again. Brutal Cunning, very good. Have almost the Primark books. The Civitas is a really good book novella. Yeah, as I said, it was one of those ones that sort of blows your socks off when you like hear those little sort of revelations. There's a few books like that where they, they're within everything, but you just don't know what the hell's going on outside of this story. I think a couple of my like short stories, for example, Prince of the Red Sands is one of my favourite heresy stories, full stop. I just love, because it made me see Angron in a totally different light than just being angry Ron. Again, that was Aaron's writing, so curse you, Aaron, you talented swine. You make these awesome words just dance and work together. But yeah, it's still one of my favourite books, and I just love it. Another one of my favourites, which is The Value of Fear, which is about Corax, and I've probably spoken to it about on here before. But the idea of loyalist Night Lords with Raven Guard, because that happened. You had loyalist Night Lords joining the Raven Guard. You had Raven Guard joining the Night Lords, because they were very similar legions in some respects. And obviously some did come from a rather sort of, unfortunate background of being prisoners for, being murderers and stuff like that. But yeah, it was really great insight seeing these like two Marines working together on a mission whilst comparing each legion against each other. But it's just for the last sort of like last couple of sentences and what happens in that is just fantastic. Oh, there you are. I found her. She's down here. So, come here. Alright, I booped her snoot. It's on again because she's just retreating underneath the seat. Yes, so Lion is a great model, not my favourite Primark. We all have our own favourite Primarchs. So yours is Kurz, I'm assuming. I do really like Corax. I do really like Magnus. To an extent, I did like Fulgrim, but good Fulgrim, not snake hips as I call him. So the Corax, I do like Corax. I suppose my least favourite Primarch would probably be what's his face, Aurelian Lorgar, because he's just what he did, bad man. But yeah, it's there's so much stuff. The amount of work that these authors have put in over the years to bring us these delectable stories. Like I would say, like Chris Ray, I quite enjoy a lot of his books. Like the Scars books he done, really cool. And even Wolf King and Wolfbane, I really enjoyed those as well. Just obviously, I literally I didn't get Wolf King. There was a lot of hoo-ha over Wolf King by certain people in the hobby community. Lots of Space Wolves weren't some were very vocal about it. But when I got round to actually listening to it, I really enjoyed it, and I could understand, you know, where they were bemoaning about the character of Layman Russ, for example. I actually thought, well, it's kind of understandable, because a lot of Space Wars were going, oh, it's not my Primarch thing, you know, sitting, hiding in a room, not getting involved in the fight and stuff like that. But, you know, Primarchs, they're based on, you know, imperfect genetics, that is humans, and everything's maxed out, you know, dialed up to 11, all those emotions and all that sort of stuff. Yes, they're superhuman, they're like, you know, super brainy and everything like that, but they still have the same flaws in a lot of cases. But being able to, you know, Russ had been on the receiving end of, you know, being duped into attacking the Thousand Sons when he shouldn't have, really. He was sent there to arrest Magnus, but he got, you know, edged that way by outside forces, and then goes down to full planetary assault. Not a good move. And then other things that have occurred where, you know, he's going to question himself. All the Primarchs sort of question themselves, you know, like Korax did, wondering like what orders had he unwittingly undertaken that has helped the traitors. So, you know, they all have these doubts, and they're all magnified because they are superhuman badasses. So yeah, it was just checking up which way to go there. So yeah, it was unfortunate. Shit happened. I think that's a technical term. Yeah, so pulled it off. But yeah, it's no, I can't remember what I was saying. Because I'm trying to just get this bit of rubbish out of the hole. And so yeah, it was just you know, with Wolf King, I think he's allowed to sort of question and try and find a suitable answer. And you may oh, you swine. Not fun, those bits. Makes sense. So yes, it's all gluing everything to everywhere. It's one of those days, I feel. Try and get that one in there. position. Trying to get it done anyway. Yeah, so again, for those who wasn't here earlier on, I believe what I might do in future is maybe try and have one of you on as a guest as such. So if you wanted to, get on, hang out, and chat with the rest of us, but obviously chat physically or visually, because it's been trying to find a way of doing it, and recently my friend Matt has been very helpful in that respect. So I need to sort out and do some tests first if it is a possibility, and then have somebody come on, hang out, and talk hobby, as you would do normally, sort of. Well, I better get painting then. Yes. Say it's not going to happen straight away. But yeah, obviously, something we can look forward to trying to do in the future. When I get a bit more time, I'll say I've got to just do some little lab coat work and experiment to see how it's actually going to work. It'll probably have to be in via Discord, invited in. So, that's great. Misa back. Youngest wanted to completely cut down young ones and electric power tools. I'm assuming he's also like a hedge trimmer. Mouse bite that made me giggle. And Greg would be up for that. No, well, obviously you can handle talking to me. You've talked to me loads of times, but yes, it'll be great to have anyone in the future. I say do obviously you don't have to stay on for the whole sort of period if you don't want to. But I say just come on, hang out, and if you need to go, you need to go. But it'd be just great to have some people on here, hear about your hobby experiences. And just do what we do every Saturday night. We come here, chill out, and have a good time. Sounds like thank you very much, Felix. I think you said similar earlier when I mentioned it. Always appreciate you, dude, and hear your Canadian accent. And then I'll start talking in Canadian. I'll go, ha ha, I'll Canada, yeah. That's why you wanted me. You wanted access to power tools. Mind you, this is the same child that tried to build a forge in the backyard, which is fine, except it was next to the house. Right, yeah. I can see that being a problem. How's the forge fires going? Great. I've just added the house to it. That's really cooking up a storm. So should I get on to making the leader legend Discord then? Well, I'll hold fire on that as yet. I say I need to. I'm an old man. I walk very slowly, like an iceberg. But I'll consider. But what will we talk about on the Discord? Titans, yes. Hobby, yes. But yeah, it is something I have thought about. All right, I'm not going to lie, because that is the way a lot of people are going and hanging out nowadays anyway. So it's definitely something to be doing. And making discords are super easy, says the princess. Okay, well we'll definitely it's on the board. It's on the board. Okay, Discord is on the board. It is something that can and probably will happen. Hobby stuff, pets, and drug trafficking. If you mean plastic crack, that's technically some form of trafficking. I'm not condoning drug use or trans trafficking or human enslavement or anything like that. We're a cool, laid back, chilled, just people hanging out in the hobby, and that's what we do. Yeah, the best part of the full story, I was in Washington State when he called to ask about it. His dad was right there next to him, but no, he called me. Yeah, the whole mum dad thing is like, yeah, ask your mum. Because the guys, we're going, yeah, forge right next to the house. That'd be great. That'd be great. That's sweet. I can double up as a barbecue. That's what we're thinking. we don't. It sounds cool. It looks cool. It'll be awesome. What's wrong? We'd put it in the front room. But yeah, it's yeah, we don't do that's why it was something I remember from when I was young, being told that per 100 girls born, there's something like 106 boys born, purely because boys have a tendency to die more. So it's just sort of balance it out by having a few more boys born, just to cover the odds, basically. Yeah, what could possibly go wrong? Honestly, we've all had those ideas of what we thought was great at the moment. I'm sure, as I'm saying that, everyone in this going, oh yeah, there was that one time. That, oh yeah, not good, not good at all. That was, oh yeah, definitely not. We've all done stupid things, but we've learned from them. That's the important thing, that we learn from these mistakes. Sometimes you shouldn't put your fingers into an electric socket just because it's there, as I did as like 4 or 5 year old kid. Yeah, that's a great idea. Or when I wanted to see if play slime would burn, would it, and then threw it into a bonfire and it sort of caught light. Unfortunately, the slime was still partly attached to my hand, so it sort of came up and my hands were on fire because it was coated in slime. Yeah, great ideas like that. Details. We have we? What? I've missed that bit. What have we missed? What have you missed? What's happening? What's going on? What? Felix, I'm confused now. What the hell's going on? What? Does anyone have any answers? We don't have them. I don't have them. I don't know what's happening. Now I'm getting scared. What's happened? Yes. It's all right. Nice. But the true colour's not really coming out that well on there. It's a bit better. But yeah, so this will be a dry brushed at some point. I realise I haven't, as certain members of the chat would know, I do tend to leave important things inside the house every now and again, and I've got a very piddly malformed piece of tissue which isn't really going to do much when it comes to dry brushing. And to be honest, I can't be bothered to do that. So let's do some magnets instead. Magnets are always fun. Magnets are always great. Never have a problem with magnets. Oh, the learning from things. I'm pretty sure I'll skip that bit. Ah, right, yeah. Sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't. There's an adage: is living long enough to survive the immaturity of your youth. Yeah, I can see that. Yeah. And I totally didn't throw gasoline onto a 33-gallon drum over already burning sticks in my backyard last summer. Nope. Again, sometimes if it's not fiery enough, we have to add an accelerant to it, just to be sure it is a proper fieriness. Well, the kitty's on the move. The problem with these particular buggers, as the cat is now letting us know it's here, it's getting the bloody magnets in when I haven't got. So normally I have like again, it's one of those things I've left indoors. I normally have some magnets which I put underneath these, so when I drop the magnets, the polarity will help draw them the right way round. But I haven't got them, so I can't. Danger, Will Robinson. This might work. Yes. So having the correct magnetic force underneath, that was a mistake. Right, so where I sort of draw on the end with a Sharpie, I was holding that underneath there, and when I drop the magnet in, the polarity helps bring it into the right position. So normally I have bigger magnets which will have better grab on these, so as you drop them in, they get the right way round basically. Because one might have done that wrong on the odd occasion back in the early days, so I learned. I evolved, as I like to say. Eyebrows grew back, and that was important. I actually remember when I was in junior school, I won't mention names, but this kid came in and he was like hiding his head, because basically he shaved his eyebrows off, because they were quite bushy for like for an 8, 9-year-old kid. You know, they were quite thick basically, and somebody must have teased them on them, and so he shaved his eyebrows off. So obviously he looked like how Keanu Reeves looked in The Matrix without the eyebrows, and he was just like head down and like, what was he? Is he feeling ill? And then when we saw he had no eyebrows, it's just like, oh, he initially blamed his sister when he was asleep on the sofa and she came over and shaved his eyebrows off, but it wasn't. That was a story he was trying to peddle, but he wasn't. He'd done it himself because he had hairy eyebrows, bless him. Yes, extra magnets are good. Also make a polarity stick. Magnets at both ends reversed. Yes. Can't decide if I want to do my Death Guard Classic Green or Bone. My first dive into Death Guard was the Heresy, so I went with the cream with the green shoulder pads. But if they're 40k ones, then obviously do what you want. I think going different colours are always interesting anyway, because you know they're Nurgle and Death Guard, but having a different look, different corruption, always makes it more interesting. As Mousebaiter said, do the bone. It's really different. Use the green for a spot colour. Yeah. I always have to take great care about magnets. So tired of doing them backwards. Yes. I remember one of my kids' friends did that about that age. Yeah. I say sometimes you do silly things like that. But yeah, so just sitting without no eyebrows. Sometimes you can look at someone and go, something different about you. I can't quite put it. Yeah, he's got no eyebrows. And they are 40k, yeah. No, as Mousebait was saying, 40k, they are mostly green, to be fair. But going with a bone, mixing up a bit with like a bit of green, bit of brown, spots and whatever, bit of wash. Just to be different, because you know who they are. The models are so easily identifiable as Death Guard. They don't all have to be green. They can be. They can have a hint of green, or just go rusty, dirty, filthy. Because bone colour. Death Guard, bone's death. Yeah, I said that's what I liked about it. I love using 30k Horus Heresy colours in 40k. That is a nice option. I'm going to shut the door now. Move cat. Oh. It's getting a little bit chilled in here. Yeah, seeing sort of like Emperor's Children, for example. I do my Emperor's Children for Heresy, which is just basically like Drushy Violet, a couple of coats of Drushy Violet over Lead Belcher. It works. I like it. I'd like to see it in a 40k, and but I don't do 40k Chaos, so I've never ventured down that route. You know what I mean? But I know what you mean when you see those iconic like World Eaters like scheme in a 40k sort of environment. Yeah, it would be different. Obviously, they were only red because they got covered in blood. But yeah, it's something that it gives it a little bit more character. That obviously their origins from it anyway, but it's just something different. As I said, like with doing Death Guard in Bone, it's totally doable because it's like the Power Rider. Yeah, so yeah, go for it. As I say, just experiment. That's what's half the fun of hobbying, is experimenting with techniques and see how they go. So I just get off, and you. But yes, it's great when those sort of things all come together and they all look good with it. So, pew pew pew. Ooh, for me, a tired sausage. My Iron Hands are a bit more like the HH or Just Start Collecting box set with the Adeptus Mechanicus. Well, that's the thing. If you're doing Horus Heresy loyalists, you can just put them into doing 40k anyway, technically, unless they're in the Primaris years. But that was the beauty about those sort of armies, is that you can paint them all up and just carry them in. Or admittedly, certain ones, they're, you know, decals or whatever, signs and all that are going to be different. But, you know, if you've got troops to make like a veteran tactical squad in Heresy, you've got a 40k tactical squad, full stop. So, you know, you can easily do that sort of thing. It's only going to be like, and again with Devastators, if you've got, you know, a nice selection of heavy support squads, you just go, I'll take one from there, I'll take one from there, I'll take one from there. There you go. I've got, you know, all my sort of weapons covered. So yeah, it's good in that aspect. But obviously, you can do that with the traitors as such. But then that whole thing with the heresies doing the original traitor schemes, because they are so sort of different and iconic, and traitor schemes do look awesome. You know, so like the World Eaters is one of the most sort of, you know, popular that people like. They might not do World Eaters, but that blue and white really does sort of stand out, especially when you've got blood splatter all over it. But the same with Emperor's Children, Death Guard. Like my first Heresy model I ever painted was a Death Guard, because I was going to do Death Guard, and I only stopped from doing them because I couldn't have, because I like to be a loyalist. I was a loyalist Death Guard, and you can't really have their sort of shroud, Death Shroud Terminators, seeing as they're like never more than 49 feet away from Mortarion. So I just thought, I wanted to have Death Shrouds because I like the signs, but they're like a traitor only unit. Same as the Grave Wardens as well, I think. So it was a bit of a, yeah, that's it. So I've done Mechanicum instead, which I'm more than happy with. Them and my Mechanicus. Loyalists. I keep hoping the Dark Mechanicus rules. You never know. One day. But that's more. The Siege of Terror is where the Dark Mechanicus really sort of came into being, really. But I dislike Chaos Space Marines in 40k, really. Death Guard are kind of okay, but the rest are just me. Good, yeah, World Eaters have such a great scheme while I'm doing 30k, to be honest. Yeah. And yeah, the sides are awesome. Yeah. But I did always find it interesting with Thousand Sons in the book, when you look through, you know, when you see units saying, "Oh, this is a traitor's choice only. You can only use this in a loyalist force," sort of thing. None of the Thousand Sons have that. So yeah, they can be loyalist, they can be traitor. You just don't know which. So yeah, I always thought that was quite interesting, that omission where they don't have traitor only units. They're all the same, whatever they are. So that was quite a nice little touch. I don't know if it'd been changed in later books, but I always remember that. I think with like Emperor's Children. I'm not sure. Like Phoenix Guard Terminators and Palatine Blades. I don't think they're traitor only choices. Obviously, characters like Eidolon, traitor, Fulgrim, traitor, obviously. But the others, no, it's just weird in that respect. I'll probably have to read an updated book with that, because that would be. I like playing Loyalist Emperor's Children, so that's what, when I started Emperor's Children, it was on the basis that they were Loyalist. But Eidolon, although his character is a complete douchebag, his model is really cool. And the rules for his model are also really cool. And the equipment that Eidolon has is really cool. That Thunder Hammer of his, where it doesn't have, upon the turn you charge, it doesn't suffer from being initiative 1. So you're hitting at initiative with a Thunder Hammer, and with Emperor's Children having like boost to their initiative, so they're generally going before most things, except for maybe a Primarch of certain like Fulgrim was it initiative 8, so you're not going before him. But in a lot of cases with the initiative buffs they have, they're going before most things. With a Thunder Hammer that is hitting at initiative, it is sick. I actually killed Gulliman with Eidolon. We charged in with a Thunder Hammer. He only had 1 hit point left. He did have 2, but in the turn before, Eidolon shot him with his Archaeotech pistol in the face. Oh yeah, it's funny about the Thousand. Yeah, no, it's quite interesting that. Yeah, I want to do Sons of Horus, but I like them pre-heresy kinda. So my Lunar Wolves are right after Istvan 3, playing in chat. Leave no. I don't actually like the Horus model. That's fair. Eidolon was pretty tempting, to be honest. I'm still hoping to get Tarvitz. Tarvitz is actually a pretty cool model. I've actually lost on his backpack. He has the 3rd Legion symbol, but I don't know where it's gone to. I just don't know. I just lost it. It's gone. So he doesn't have his little 3rd Legion with the laurel wreath on it. So quite sad. But it's one of those things, I guess. Just to have that is not to, I say Tarvitz, he, for 4 books at the start of the heresy, he was one of the main characters, and I don't think anybody, traitor fan or loyalist, everybody liked Tarvitz. Sol Tarvitz was a great character. I always thought that because there were survivors from Istvan 3, and the whole ancient Rylanor mystery that was sort of leaked and stuff, or suggested. I always thought that at the moment when Tarvitz, like Nero Vipus from the Lunar Wolves, and they're all just looking up, watching the contrails of the incoming ordnance, I always thought that they're sitting there just going, well, it's still going to take time for shells to get down to them. It wasn't just lance fire that was coming down. It was other bombs and whatever being dropped. It takes time for that to fall. That they could have thought, hold on a second, guys, isn't that so something we can go and hide. There's the secret hangar where Ancient Rhino's hiding. They could have made a dash for it. But they just sat down and watched the bombs fall, and then got blown up, which was very sad. So Tarvitz was, I loved the whole idea, like, because you had, was it Solomon Demeter, who was, one of the real senior captains, but obviously after the initial bits and pieces, he just sort of lost it, and that's the thing. It's like sometimes you fight and fight and fight. You've been through the ringer, and at the end you just got nothing left. So and Tarvitz stepped up and took charge. Obviously, he was the one who warned them of the virus bombing, and he was a proper son of the Emperor, if you want to say it that way. A proper loyal son. Poor soul. Again, one of the weekenders, there was trying to put a vote of trying to bring him back, and there was a thing about an obsession with giving everything spider legs. So, like, how about who would buy a model of Soul Tarvitz and he's got like spider legs, and everyone's like, yeah, we Soul Tarvitz with spider legs. Ooh. There be thunder. That's odd. No, it wasn't thunder. It was actually an aircraft, which was quite odd because we're not under a flight path, but still, it happens. But yes, it was sad times when they all got bombed. I'd say, like, again, Nero Vipers, Luna Wolf, squad leader, subordinate to Loken. Yeah, he was a cool little dude. There were so many cool characters, but I say sometimes you just don't make it, and they didn't. All did, apart from the ones that got off, like Krytos Morturg, who was a Death Guard. Whereas he was in the Forge World books. He went not Black Legion. He went Shattered Legion. Yeah. Such a good story, to be honest. It was very engaging emotionally, honestly. Yeah, it was very emotional. Because we'd been through all those books, all those stories, seen the ups and downs, like Soul Tarvitz and Lucius fighting on murder, and then rescued or liberated later on. It's, it's the brotherhood. You get swept away with it, don't you, sort of thing. And then you see things going a little bit skew with how the story went. And all the authors have done a really, really great job of, no, Kitty, no, don't do that, thank you. Bring these characters to life, and us fans reading these books have just fallen in love with them and embraced the storytelling. And it's I'll say, what would be your favourite character out of the books, out of interest? My favourite character was in Mechanicum, and he was a Skitarii protector by the name of Romu 31. Absolutely love him. Absolutely love him. Yes. So, turbo lasers, all sitting nice and snug on there with its Volkite. So having those weapon options for this dude will be very, very handy. As I said, I like to have the options, and it seems to be the way I'm going with thing. All right, Rob. No. I'll say I'll probably be actually because again, Sundays got to work, and I've got to get up early, unfortunately. No, Rob. Um, yeah, exactly. This is why I fell in love with the whole heresy. Yeah, as I say, all the characters like Loken and Garrow. Yeah, Garrow. Um, oh, Garrow. John Grammaticus. All right, nice, Cypern. Thank you for dropping in the stream, and hopefully you'll get some hobby going on soon as well. Oh, Jesus. What was you doing? You just get up and his back's gone or something? Because that's always happening to me. I just like sneeze and like, oh my God, I'm out of action. But you rest up, dude. Get some heat pad on there or something. Or I don't know, whatever you've done. Yeah, you stood up, yeah. Standing up's a no. But seriously, I hope you rest, dude. Heal that back, because you can't sit at a desk doing a hobby with a bad back. Right, mate. Thank you for dropping in, and hopefully see you again next Saturday or next Wednesday. If you're watching the old Artist Empire, me and Scott with the paintovers. Oh, fun. I do enjoy them. So much interesting art going on. And chat. Yeah, so take it easy, dude. So don't do any more damage to yourself. Never fun. So yeah, so we got some weapons built. We got. Where did I put the weapons for that? Oh, I've put the weapons down somewhere. Oh, they're over there. I was like to make sure I know where my stuff is. Are you off as well, Andrew? But yeah, thank you again for dropping in, dude. And let's say I'll see your work posting up in AT18. You're doing quite well with your stuff, you sly dog. Bringing out all the awesome. But yeah, so yeah, I think because my throat's going now as well, so I think I will call it a night myself. So thank you all for joining us again tonight. As I said, I'll try and get that set up so I can actually invite somebody online and have hobby chats in the hobby chats on the hobby hangout on a Saturday night, because it'd be really interesting to actually get to meet some of you guys and just chew the fat of our hobby exploits and just get to know you a bit more. So as I say, thanks to everybody who's been joining me tonight and joining in with the chat. It's been really good. Oh, you're fixing to have supper. You take care of yourself too, Greg. I'm sure I'll speak to you in the meantime. And yeah, lovely to have you here, Mousebait. You always and you're sober tonight as well. You was slightly drunk last time, wasn't you? But no, it's great having you in here. It was great having you all in here, because I really do enjoy Saturday. I say this every week, but I really do mean it. It's a great little hangout. We've got a great little group here, and as I say, we'll look into setting up a Discord group, and then go from there. So take it easy, everybody. I'm just going to get my mouse into position to end this stream. So yeah. So again, Tom, much love to you too, buddy. All be safe. Keep yourself out of trouble. And I'll catch you all again either on Wednesday with Artist Empire or next Saturday here. You know where to find us. So take it easy, dudes.